Rob, the Retro Tech Dad. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
So tired. Being Beetlejuice is a tough gig, let me tell
You
you.
were Beetlejuice for Halloween last night.
Yes, I was.
Well,
the transformation was interesting.
These Retroid devices came in at the most interesting time, like right in the middle, getting ready for trick-or-treating over here. I actually ended up getting pretty sick yesterday, and so I missed out on trick-or-treating. The benefit to you all is that I did get to make my first look video, which was out this morning. But I'm sick as a dog today, and I think Zoo must have gave it to me from Ohio because I've taken enough Dayquil to be alert and ready to do this. But man, it's good to see you. It's cool hanging out with a buddy here just on a Friday afternoon, and
just take it easy. Yep, go over some new toys,
Right, Retroid sent this Retroid Pocket 5 for review, which is the 5th generation of the device. I'm not going to be covering, and we're not going to be covering too many first look reviewy type things today. This basically is going to be just a game showcase, poke and prod at the device, and mainly take your requests. And that's going to be the focus today. If you want to check out my thoughts fully, check out my first look video. We, of course, will share more thoughts today as we explore and find more to love. Just to give you a quick summarization, I like the device. I think the OLED screen is beautiful, but the speakers on my unit anyways are distorting on the right speaker and don't sound very good. So that's the big thing that I found that's driving me a little nutty. The rest of it's really nice. I think it's very comfortable. The software's not finalized yet. The launcher isn't here yet. And we don't have Linux installed today or anything, but now you can get it going with a little bit of manual screen flipping intervention if you want to try ROCKNIX out. I think Batocera might be ready to go too. We'll have to check. But Rob, so I got my device yesterday. You got yours yesterday. What was your quick thoughts so far?
I kind of mentioned it in the RH Discord chat and also over on the Retroid Discord, but it's a lot lighter, thinner, and smaller than I was expecting it to be.
Right.
For some reason, in images, even in the image I took, it just comes off as being this very wide and big device, but it really isn't. It's actually very compact overall, given the screen size that we have here. So that's definitely was my first kind of surprising initial reaction with it. I think the materials, just the feel in the hands is really nice. I haven't had enough hands-on time with it to see how comfort will be long term and things like that, but just initially, it feels like a step above in terms of just coming from like the 4, the 4 Pro. In terms of just the materials, build quality is really nice.
Yeah, so you are today's live stream is really going to be your first true exploration. So we'll get to see your live reactions to the device, which is cool.
Yeah,
that's a benefit.
Didn't really have much, Yeah.
Your one issue you were mentioning before the stream, which I think you fixed, is that overnight you were testing the battery discharge out, right? It died and you couldn't get it to charge at first. Is it charging now?
It's charging now, and I got it to come back to life, but I had to switch between different cables and whatnot, which is unusual because I usually use the same charger for pretty much all my devices. It's one that seems to be very compatible with most devices. So I could see what they're talking about, the optimization with the charging there. So that's definitely something that I'm putting on my list of things to take a look at more and see what's going on with that, because it has to be addressed. Obviously, it's you need to be able to just plug it in and have it go, especially with the Snapdragon 865 and on the Mini, which I've never had any issues with in terms of charging. So for sure, something definitely to pay attention to.
Yeah, man, I just can't believe we're already at the RP5. We just got the Mini. We're 5 years into this journey, man. I started with the RP2, which is nuts, and then we optimized that and got the final version of that with the 2S, and here we are with these next generation things with OLED screens and all that goodness. And now we got to preface this too. These were sent for review from Retroid. We see a lot of that. You guys got to say hype positive things. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if we say positive, negative things. It's just we just relay our experience about the devices. And so once again, I want to say that all the views are our own. Rob's views are his own. We might even argue a little bit on over what's what. He has different preferences than me. We just kind of say it like it is, and that's the focus here. If the brand likes what we have to say, all we care about is if they take the feedback from the critical things that we find. Positive things, yeah, that's good to know too. Like, okay, it's, you know, I want to keep my pre-order. And you all probably want to know, yeah, do you want to keep your pre-order? Do you want to keep this investment that you've given $219 plus to? And so that's what today's live stream hopefully will be able to answer for you.
Yeah.
Maybe the RP Mini is a better bet. Maybe this new AYN Portal 2 is a better bet because that thing looks freaking awesome. And the big OLED screen on that really has me going.
It's crazy just to take a moment and step back and look at, honestly, all the manufacturers and all the brands and all the devices that we have today and what's coming out. And it's just, we've come a long way. I mean, really have come a long way in 5 years. Some of the jank that we had 5 years ago, I mean, it just wouldn't even fly today, even on the low end. So it's just really amazing. It's just kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I know. Well, with that, we don't have a script today. Usually we have a little bullet point script for these live streams, but it's going to be very, very free flowing. And so this stream is what you make of it. So we have the live chat requests all queued up and ready to go. We'll hit as many as we can during the stream. We expect this to be about 2 hours. We might go longer. I doubt we'll go shorter until we are both done, until the Dayquil runs out anywa's.
For you, at least.
For me.
I don't usually drink this kind of stuff, but I am right now. I'm a little tired from Halloween last night.
Oh, you are? How much candy did you have?
I had no candy, actually. I'm being very good. I'm trying to be really good.
We didn't give out candy here. I just loaded some Pokemon card decks, like those trick or treat Pokemon would come with 3 cards. Beginning into the Pokemon
people were
cards
giving out. People were giving out Pokemon cards. It was wild to see. I was like, really?
Yeah,
Where was this when I was trick or treating?
I know. I went to Walgreens for freaking $12. Picked up a pack of like 100 of these 3 card packs, which was pretty cool. And the kids, I think, really appreciated that. So I just left it outside and I said, take 1 or 2.
Just don't come near me. I'm just definitely sick.
Just come near me. Let's see what we got loaded up in live chat. Let's get weird. I think let's see. We got a bunch of requests already. Our producer Sony is going to be in the background continuing to star things for us. I will try my best to keep attention to live chat, but I'm just going to focus.
I'll keep an eye on it too, and I'll try to verbally tell you some requests if you have it and whatnot.
Cool. I'm going to focus on giving you guys the best stream we possibly can here.
I know one of the big requests was the 556 against the RP5, which I have right here set up. You can see it, and I think that speaks a lot to the size. Yeah.
So let's look at that first. We've been seeing this request a lot. So what is it like compared to the RP5? So there's your 556, and man, I want to get a 556 again with the stick fix and everything.
Just looking.
Nice. So the matte shell on this, I thought that was going to be a fingerprinty back shell, but it's actually matte, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just size difference is unbelievable between the two.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they share the same screen size as well. So that's the part that's very, very interesting to me.
Well, and let's take a look compared to the Mini too. So let me pull up mine.
Yeah,
Did you see actually? I got my SFC Mini in. So here's my retail Mini. And I'm digging this one more than my...
I love the red trims on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it more than my pre-production model here. I thought this one was nice, but really going just pure black, so you hide the bezel a little bit more, I think is sleek, and the red looks nice. This one... Now, it's a little cold in my room, too, so we're getting a little bit of condensation going on here. This one uses a 4x3 display. And so this was great for, testing SNES and PS1 and all that good 4.3 gaming goodness up to PS2 and GameCube. But, we had that kerfuffle afterwards where it was discovered the shaders are screwed up on 2D games because the screen is bigger, has more pixels. It's reporting more pixels than actually is the reality, right? So we might want to take a look at shaders today on the RP5 to confirm that's not an actual issue here. That is a software thing that they're going to fix, apparently. But, we didn't see that in our testing. I don't use shaders ever, never in my videos usually. I just like crisp, big pixels. And so, yeah, on here today, I'd like to, Rob, maybe you can walk me through. Do you do shaders?
I don't actually. The only shaders I've ever used were on the one-to-one aspect ratio.
So many people like to use shaders. So. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can figure it out together. And you all might let us know what your preference is, because we're happy to take a look and kind of get into testing with whatever. But yeah,
I'm bad because I use my Mini for PS2, GameCube, and honestly beyond that. So it's just those are my preferences. I was actually excited to get the black Retroid Pocket 5 because I did not have a chance to mess with a black unit on the Mini, and I want to see just how the OLED hides away the bezels and whatnot.
Yeah, it's sleek. I mean, it's tough to show on camera because it's the autofocus is like all the reflections. What are you doing? What are you doing?
But the back of it too. I mean, I love the texturing on the back, on the grip.
Yeah, the back is a nice matte, gritty texture, and the grip especially is very satisfying. I noticed that too.
That big intake vent too. It's crazy.
Yeah, nice big intake. Did you notice yours getting kind of warm? Mine got warm until I turned the fan on higher speeds.
I have not. I haven't used it enough to comment on that, honestly.
Okay, so we're really going in for you. We're going in blind. Okay, and you probably haven't watched my video either.
No.
Okay, and I haven't watched my video.
I pretty much took care of day work stuff and got prepared for this.
I know. I woke up, quickly threw everything together, hopped on. So I passed out last night. So I have not used this beyond what was seen in the video. I shut my studio down late last night. Our editor got this going for early this morning. And this is booting it right back up. And we're starting where we left off at 36% battery. I'll probably have to charge during the stream, but let's see how we do with 36%. Right now, just for a baseline, we're on a standard performance. We have the fan off at the moment. L2 and R2 is in both mode. Retro for the controller style. And we do have the LED sticks on. And I guess location, we don't really need that. Turn that off. I don't really make use too much of that floating icon. So this is
Oh, interesting. I use it all the time because what I like to do is tap that speed up option depending on what I'm emulating. Just
wait a minute.
Resources and whatnot.
Let's see. Speed up option. Yeah. You're teaching me things. See, I knew you'd teach me something.
So if you bring back the floating icon again.
Well, I thought I did.
Oh, you have it on. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you have it on.
I think I need to open like a...
Yeah, go into like some
app.
Emulator or whatever that you have on there, or game. Yeah, and see that little rocket ship there, that Elon rocket ship that you got on the top right there.
Speed up. I thought that was a joke.
Yeah, see, one process cleaned up, and so it will also tell you.
We've always had that though.
Yeah, I like it.
It just dumps the RAM, right?
I'm the same way on my phones, so I swipe up and close all the windows.
I never use this. I mean, we get some monitoring options here. We get memory, CPU, and all
which
that.
I like too. I like the frame counter overlay and things like that.
But I've noticed in my testing that the overlay counter isn't always accurate. So I tend to use the emulators built in. The built-in.
Yes, for sure.
For some touchscreen games, you do get a key adapter and all that, so you can map your touch controls. But yeah, dude, my OCD gets driven nuts when I see this line over here on the right, and so I just turn it off. But if there's anything we do want to see, we're happy to do it. Do you want to start out and should we go backwards today and load up some Vita?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really exciting to just see where we are today with all this stuff. And I'm not going to do the background. Gotten a lot better too. I mean, just a lot of stuff has gotten a lot better.
Right. I'm skipping our background music today to give a little more bandwidth to the screen bitrate so we can see this as clear as possible. What game do you want to play?
You got
Maybe
some
Battle
good
Royale? PlayStation?
That was a pretty compatible one too. So
in my video, if it made it to the final cut anyways, we had Persona 4 Golden.
nice. That's a great one to show off just the OLED colors and contrast.
And look at that. So that actually crashed. It's been hit or miss. The Mini was like this too with Vita. So this is running in the Android 13 ROM, which is the reason why this was delayed by some extra time till November 14th is when this actually is shipping. And, you know, this being pre-production, just disclaimer, there are some things that are not optimized here. So be aware of that. Let's try... to load this again. Todd wants to know, how is the screen brightness compared to the 556? Do you think it's the same exact panel? That's a great question. Let's take a look at Rob's feed while I'm getting this going.
Yeah, let me bring back the 556. They look pretty similar to me. I mean, let me try to find a white background just to kind of compare. See what I have. So much stuff on here.
I really want to get a 556. See, all it takes is you influencers, you YouTubers, you show me a thing, and I get even all my friends here when Russ or you or anybody shows something on camera, I'm like, I kind of want it.
These look very similar to me.
It could be the same panel.
What I noticed that it is on the cooler side on the 556 though. I think it's a little bit warmer on the 5.
And I saw in testing yesterday, the refresh rate was a very clean 60 hertz, 60 FPS panel for mine.
So these are pretty much the same. I'm on the Play Store right now with the same exact thing on screen.
It looks a little bit warmer on the RP5.
Yeah.
I don't know how you have your screen tuned. I have mine tuned.
No, I'm seeing the same thing in person. So this for sure looks cooler to me than it does here.
And that could be tuning. It could be tuning.
Correct.
I have mine tuned. I have my RP5 tuned to vibrant.
So this is about 50% now on the 556, and then let me go to the same thing here.
50%.
And so, oh wow. So interesting. They're also tuned differently in terms of the scaling of the brightness. This is 50% brightness with the 5.
Nice. Okay.
So
those are different panels.
That's about 25%.
Yeah.
We'll go down here.
And yeah, you can adjust.
Wow.
You can adjust the color temperature. That's true.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So I don't think they're the same panel. Oh, do you have just for comparison's sake, do you have your Odin 2 Mini and an Odin 2 on hand?
I do. I came prepared.
Yeah.
So here is the Odin 2.
My man. Okay. I want an Odin 2 Mini again now. Great.
They are almost the same width.
Okay.
So let me see. I think I have juice on this guy.
The Odin 2 Mini is heavier though.
Odin 2 is nice and solid. It's just I love this device personally. This is like one of my favorites. But you know, much thinner. I mean, it's definitely thicker. Kind of this whole bump out here for the exhaust is almost the addition in comparison to what you have here.
Yeah.
So it's man, that look how bright the that mini LED display is. It's insane.
So bright. So that gets brighter, decently brighter than the AMOLED.
Yeah. So let's see. I forget what the max nits on this one is, but this is really bright for me, honestly.
Hey Rob, you selling that Odin 2 Mini?
No, that's mine.
So
it's mine forever.
I'll give you tree fitty.
This is actually kind of nice to appreciate. So almost the same width, but look at the screen size going on here.
You do get a bigger, yeah, you get that bigger screen on the 5, and you're gonna get those deeper blacks.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing.
Zoo wants to know what your favorite Hoobastank song is as
Hoobastank.
a non sequitur here.
I'd have to take a look at some of their songs and think about it. I don't know offhand.
Well, I mean, with the black handhelds here and the OLED, I think Crawling in the Dark is appropriate.
Now here's the regular Odin 2, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely.
Is the panel not about the same? Well, you get a 6-inch display compared to what, a 5.5 in the RP5?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Well, I'm always a fan of the deepest, darkest blacks that I can get on any sort of panel, and so definitely AMOLED, OLED wins for me. Mini LED, micro LED below that, and then IPS. IPS screens are fine. I've actually come around to them more. I used to be very hardcore OLED snob, where it's like I got to have OLED on everything. But as I got into this hobby, it's like you got to accept that you're going to be getting IPS panels most of the time. So it's very exciting and cool that here we are in generation 5 of this, and now we're getting back to the standard that I got into this hobby with, where it's like I always wanted OLED, but it's funny now that it's here. I don't actually. It's not a deal breaker to not have OLED for me. Like I am used to tuning and having a very nice vibrant IPS like the Lenovo Y700 screen or the Lenovo Legion Go, like those very vibrant IPS displays are okay by me. This mini LED technology though is interesting. It kind of fills that in between space, and you can usually get them a bit cheaper too. And so OLED isn't required, but having it is
nice. It is nice.
It's the most comfortable viewing experience. It's going to be the best looking to play in bed at night. You can get it the dimmest possible. You're not going to have any of those, gray tones from black screens like an IPS will have.
Yeah, so we have go ahead.
Tablet account here says, modern LCD screens look great. It's not like they used to be. And absolutely right. You're seeing IPS get so close to OLED as far as watching colors on screen.
Brightness,
very, very close.
Everything. Like brightness. Yeah.
It's not until you look at dark scenes or when you dim the brightness is where you really start to notice, the differences. And so sure, we can hype up OLED on this thing here today and be like, oh my God, it's OLED. It's perfect. It's you got to get OLED. No, you don't have to. It is a nice touch. Okay, well, thanks for sharing that. I got Vita going on here. So the first try it crashed. The second try it did install.
That happens with Vita 3K. I've noticed that.
Yeah, and this is version 12, which I think is still the most latest.
It is.
Version.
Yeah, okay. Even though it's from like 3-4 months ago at this point, I think.
God, I think longer than that. I remember when version 12 came out, and it's exciting.
Well, it's funny. I had a video that I was going to do with the Odin 2 Mini, and then I had it put on the back burner. So
why?
Because the version is the same, I'm probably just going to pull it back out of the back burner and put it on the front burner now. It's why not? It's still as relevant as ever.
Yeah, it is. It is. I've had my Odin 2 Mini review, which has been culled from my live stream review. And I've been on the fence of posting it because I'm like, no one wants to see a testing from a few months back. But I'm noticing a lot of it's still relevant. And so I think I need to add a disclaimer and then just post it and just get over that analysis paralysis, executive function disorder that I seem to have. Where it's like the simplest things in life, you could just do them and just move on with your life. But I agonize over them for days before pulling a trigger. And then other things, dude, you know me, like other things I'm very impulsive with. And it's like, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Mostly
I know how that goes.
AliExpress late night e-waste binges,
I'm not awake that late anymore. So I'm safe now for now.
Just don't get ever in the mode where you go to a website like AliExpress, Amazon, or Temu or something just to be like, I have a little extra money I could spend. Let's go see what's possible to get for once you're in that mindset, it's game over. You've already lost.
So I will admit I have some things in my shopping cart. I'm hoping for the 11/11 sale because there's some things I've been eyeing for a while.
Here's the thing: is that if you've been a patient consumer, this is the month where the splurging and the deals and all that will pay off the most. You'll get the most for your money. But if you've already sort of burned through what you can before this season, you can just safely relax and just be like, hey, I'm not going to buy into consumerism. I win. It's a win-win either way.
And as ETA Prime used to say, you could just choose not to buy anything, which is the cheapest option.
Right. I'm not sure if I crashed it just then. I got lost in my own conversation.
You added you have the firmware and everything loaded up, right?
I do, yeah.
I'm assuming you do,
this
yeah, if you did a Persona 4, yeah.
One thing with this glass panel, I'm noticing I have a microfiber cloth at the ready because it does get fingerprints, of course, all the way across. But on the back, it's not fingerprinty. And you saw in the video that I posted this morning, or you would have seen that it's not, what you're seeing there right now is condensation just from it being cold and damp in Oregon here.
Yeah, I always get really concerned about black plastics just because some will pick up fingerprints and others don't. But I've noticed on a lot of the higher end devices that they tend to use better plastics. And yeah, on this one, I haven't really noticed much in terms of fingerprints just holding it.
I don't want to press the wrong button again.
Hopefully it won't crash on you.
Turn on your heater, man. Yeah, I have a heater in the office here, but it's so loud. I'll turn it on after the stream. Don't worry. I'll get nice and toasty in here. Oh
yeah, and also just for chat, in case you missed it, like my devices don't have any screen protectors on, so there's nothing that's. I don't
do that either these days. Yeah. I really skip out on screen protectors, especially on these all glass front devices like this one, the RP Mini and the Neo Pocket S.
Oh, you have a Pocket S. I didn't realize you. Yeah. I actually have one here too for the size comparisons. Yeah. Yeah.
This was one that I didn't get for review, but I actually won it. Apparently, we referred a lot of people to the Pocket S campaign, which this isn't like really a handheld we were even necessarily talking about a lot or hyping or anything. But yeah, apparently we made enough referrals and they just sent this and the Neo Pocket, the PC, the AM01. So I am going to talk about this more. I do like it, minus the IPS display. 8 Gen 3, this is the fastest handheld I have in my collection, and it has this ergonomic bump out shell that you can get for it.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Right? Yeah, and so but having the all glass front on here, I've just been getting used to having to have a screen or a microfiber cloth, and the same thing with the Neo Pocket. What is this? The Mini, the Micro, and
that's the Micro. Yep,
the Micro. Yeah, and this one all the same, which is a very premium device. It's very cold here in the fall, but unfortunately, this one's a little slower with that G99, and so I'm not using it beyond like really upscaled 3x2 systems like Game Boy Advance. I know it's so tough to decide which one. Which one?
I agree, producer Sony.
Once again, I got lost in conversation.
And it sucks.
Oh no! Did I? Did I? Rob,
I bought
keep me on track today, man. Keep me on track.
I'll try to focus on what you're doing instead of looking at the chat.
my brain is not firing on all cylinders right now.
It's okay. Producer Sony has this. He's showing some.
He's got it. He comes in clutch. Oh, he blurred the Mario Kart. Nice. That's probably for the best. I haven't even seen this yet. I can't wait to watch the how this video turned out.
Oh,
that's right. I played Ratchet and Clank.
Alien Chaos. Wow, I'm gonna make a note of that one. That looks good.
Did I play Persona 4, producer Sony? Oh, I did. Okay, yeah. See, there's actually a working Vita game. I was just testing the joystick. This is a game I like to do to see if the. Oh, you blurred the whole thing. Well, at least Nintendo won't get too angry.
So apparently someone was saying that the Nintendo, that new streaming thing that they have for music.
Oh, this is live.
Resembles YouTube music. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out for Nintendo.
All right. Third time's a charm. I'm going to focus here, Rob. I'm going to stop talking to you.
Okay. Sounds good.
We're going to actually play a round here.
Wait, yeah, we are live. I was like, wait, are we still watching your
video? I thought we were watching the video too. I was like, what's he going to do next? What's he going to do next? I'm like, oh my God, that's me. That's right now. Realities are blending together.
I am excited to really dive into the RP5 though, because there were things I like purposely saved for this device because I felt
Dude,
like the Mini
okay,
was
I'm not messing up. It just keeps crashing.
So that game is just not like
I'm gonna give up on that one. Yeah, it just
I would try something else. Yeah.
all right. See, not everything is my fault, Rob. Only some things. What else do you think? What's a higher end one that is compatible to these? Let's see. So I don't have a ton on here. Alien Breed, Assassin's Creed 3, Ben 10.
Child of Light's a great game. Nice choice.
Which one did you like?
Child of Light is a great game.
Child of Light.
Yeah, that's a great one.
That's like that's an indie game though. It's a lower.
Actually, that's a pretty
crashed. That crashed also.
Okay, so that's something to.
Yeah, I had the same thing on the RP Mini with Vita 3K. I don't know why.
It could be the drivers for the Snapdragon 865.
You want to watch me just do terrible at Super Meat Boy again?
Oh no. There's our first oh no. Second.
There's your catchphrase. Dude, that one crashed too. That's a bummer. No. Oh no. Come on, a virus named Tom.
We might need to use some custom drivers.
Yeah. 10-second Ninja at least. Let's get something. Persona 4 Golden was working.
Matt Dude just ripping on Vita 3K. I liked his earlier Boeing comment.
Yeah, so that's two different operating systems Vita 3K has been problematic on, but only on the Retroids. I don't know why. I do not know why. Bastion's a no.
Bastion's great. I usually go with the Switch version nowadays in terms of that
Ben
game.
10. Ben 10 Galactic Racing.
We're gonna have to talk about your game collection.
Hey, no. I'm stubborn. I'm a stubborn pixel. I'm not going to give up on this.
You are living up to your name. Yeah.
Sonic. It's installing.
Right. That's actually a really solid racer. That's a fun game. I know I saw some in the chat talking about the Vita comparisons. Let me try to dig that guy out. I have.
Yeah, if you have a Vita, let's take a look in size comparison. We have 42 requests entered and logged right now. We're gonna have to get to those pretty quick if we want to. Now this says it wasn't a green check mark for compatibility; it's a purple check mark. So
it's almost the same.
So it's a little wider.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little
bit wider. Yeah.
A little wider. The Vita's taller though.
Let's see if I can actually get some juice on this guy. See if he's charged. That's the one thing about having devices that are not Android based is that they tend to have really good battery life.
Rob, how many times do I have to tell you? You got to take care of those batteries. You need to do like monthly charges on all your devices.
I don't think you understand how unreasonable that request is.
But Rob, you're gonna have problems. They're not gonna be happy.
No, Vita means life. It'll last forever.
Okay.
Except to Sony, that they're the only ones that
aren't Vita screens starting to fail these days? Didn't I read that somewhere?
It is funny that when you look at the OLED on the
I can't get this to work either. So I got Sonic to the title screen to work. I'm gonna move on from Vita. How about that? The Vita we're gonna say is a no-go on this device at the moment.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Do we want to sue? I'm seeing a lot of PSP. I guess we'll move on. Keeping in the Sony
PS2
theme.
is definitely the big one, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. So Wise, YS, yes, Wise.
East. Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Wise.
No.
We had this argument on the podcast.
Chat, please come in with this one.
I think it's Wise.
I'm the one that's wise here. I'm telling you, it's not that.
No. So this is at a
East.
I believe this is at a 5x resolution right now. So I'm going a little beyond 1080p, which is a 4x resolution normally. Just because we can. I'll get my other mic on so you can hear the music a bit. East. It's wise.
Someone says it's Yuz.
Geese? East like geese? Yuz.
Yes.
It's Yuz.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Geese.
Ooh, look at the colors though on this. So I just really the main centerpiece of this device is the ergonomics. The fact that it doesn't respect my auto rotate, or auto rotate's off. Okay, this is driving me crazy, dude. Auto rotate is off, but it still is auto rotating.
Oh, the auto rotation's so annoying. I have the iPlay 60 Mini that does the same thing with the little thing that you tap.
I'm sorry, Liquid Divide. I'm sorry, Liquid, man. Liquid's one of our moderators on the Discord who also programs various things like our Game of the Month randomizer app in our database. And look at those colors. Look at the colors, Rob.
I know. I'm just kind of admiring the all screen there. Like just so much screen. It's awesome.
Fast forward. You like the sound of that? It takes so long to get into the RPGs when we do game testing.
I know.
That's why we got to start using save states.
We need to start sharing save states.
Sharing our save states. Save some time.
Because it sucks. I don't get to feature RPGs as much as I would like to, just because of that.
Forced landscape, somebody says. Yeah, all I have is auto rotate. Okay, is there another option for that? Let's see. Oh yeah, you're right. There it is.
There we go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Hey, look at that. Well, why in the heck? I would assume if auto rotate's turned off that it won't rotate, right? So here's our pal. Our red-haired pal from these East games. Adol. Go, go.
So Todd has a pretty good question about just the ergonomics compared to the 556. And
stop talking. Not you.
So no, you're good. I will say that in terms of just holding the device, the 556 it makes more sense in terms of when you're trying to reach the triggers on the 556 versus where on the Pocket 5, you kind of have to do a little bit of a different grip just to be able to put pressure on those triggers. It's still very ergonomic because we have those bump outs on the 5, so it does feel really nice. The one thing though that drives me insane on the 556, every time I reach for those sticks and I just want to cry because I wish they had different sticks. The 556 would be almost the perfect Android device for me if it didn't have those Switch style sticks.
Right. I'm okay with the sticks as they are. I know that they could be a little bit bigger, but for the size of the device, like these sticks.
I like the 5. Yeah.
You think on the Mini? The Minis are a little small, and the D-pad I like on the 5 on the RP5 better. The buttons. Do you notice the buttons are quieter on this? Have you tried that? Have you messed with that?
They are quieter.
Listen to this.
They're still. I would still say that they are audible. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I will say Ambernick has been doing a good job with some of their devices in terms of getting them to be a lot quieter. But in general, they will make noise.
Here's another thing: the shoulders though are actually louder. The L1 and R1 are louder than the Mini. That's something I didn't pick up in my video last night. You hear that? These are actually clickier. Also, you have more of a grit on the L2 and R2. I don't know what the heck I just did. Oh, I opened the Retroid launcher. I'm excited to see that new launcher they've been developing. I watched that video yesterday. I'm looking through our requests for any more PSP games before we move on.
Let me see. I can try to look for you.
Thank you.
Or if chat wants to put in some requests real quick for PSP.
I'll do one more PSP, and then let's move on. We know this thing can do this lower
for
end.
sure.
Except
and also
we want to test shaders and figure out that whole thing.
And also for like PS2 performance, if you guys want to check out my mini video with a showcase for that, I cover like 50 games on that. So performance should be pretty similar. I haven't compared the two yet, but just from what I saw briefly with God of War 2, it looks to be pretty much on par with what we saw with the mini.
I know Ban's not watching right now, but I think it'll make him happy to see Burnout Legends.
I love Burnout Legends. Burnout Legends is a great game. Kind of amazing they pulled that off on the PSP.
See how we do this. There we go.
I agree with you, Super Bottle. The L2 trigger is pretty weird on the mini. It's actually something I talked about in my review. It gets a little crampy to try to put force on that trigger on the mini device just because of how small it is. And so you have to like do this weird kind of grip with it to actually put any force on there. The mini is cool from the perspective that it is truly pocketable and can do so much. I'm just kind of blown away by how much it can do. I'm still discovering things. That looks really smooth though. That's awesome.
Very smooth frame pacing here.
And
we are at a 5x resolution.
PSP will be more, it'll definitely be the more ideal platform for this device over the mini. I mean, I know a lot of people still do it, but
PSP looks beautiful on here. Like upscaled PSP. That is really what I keep getting drawn to when I'm playing on this. It's like I want to just play a bunch of PSP. Like I finally have a PSP machine that I can just rock at 4x or 5x. I know one hard to perform PSP game is probably going to be Killzone Liberation. I remember that I killed the original Odin when we first got that in hands, but because I upscaled this too high to like 5x. And let's see how far we've come. And the original Odin still had a Snapdragon, 845, overclocked 845 inside of it.
It did, yep.
And so
it was kind of amazing what we were able to do with that one as well.
Back in just 2021, yeah.
Yeah, how far the community pushed that device as well. It was really cool. But PSP will be really, really nice on this handheld. Just the same aspect ratio, OLED display, and then of course upscaling. It's just going to look so good.
Yeah. Well, because even though it has this a pretty nice Snapdragon, the same from the Samsung Note 20, the Samsung S20 line, the 865. So it's an older chip from 2020, but it can still handle things pretty well. You do have to really be careful with your settings in PS2, though. That's the generation where you're going to start to run into issues.
I mean, just doing a lot of PS2 with the mini, I really didn't have many issues with PS2. In fact, I was kind of blown away by how well overall PS2 ran. And even some of the more problematic games.
GameCube. Well, I mean, as far as like upscaling, though, if you want to upscale 1080p, you're gonna. No, if you want to upscale native to the screen resolution like you can with PSP so easily, here, look at this. So we're at 5x now,
and it's nothing. It's like
and it's fine. So yeah, this is Metal Gear, Portable Ops, Metal Gear, all the Metal Gear games really are going to be things that I play on here. That and Android games, of course, are going to look nice on the screen. But yeah, there's a couple PSP games. Did we get any requests for PSP that you can see?
I didn't see anything for PSP. I think
people want us to probably play.
Someone said Ridge Racer 2. Do you have the Ridge Racer 2 or
well, and that's the other thing is that I don't have everything loaded on here. No Ridge
Todd says that
Racer.
Flat Out is better than Burnout. What do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I think Todd and I have been talking about Burnout and Flat Out lately. I think
you have
Flat Out
Monster Hunter
Total Carnage is. I'll take a look. I think Flat Out Total Carnage, Ultimate Carnage, whatever it is. I think that one's really good. But no, Burnout is always the better game. Burnout Revenge is the best racing combat game of all time that I played, beyond something that's pure combat like Twisted Metal. So no, I don't think Flat Out beats it.
I have to agree. I will.
Peace Walker,
I picked Burnout over Flat Out. I still like Flat Out quite a bit, but if I had to rank them, just also looking at all the games in the franchise, I think Burnout wins for me. Michael Benny has a very good one. Motorstorm, Arctic Edge will be a really good one to test with PSP. That's typically a problematic game, and usually does require.
I don't know if I have that one. Do you have that one, Rob?
Let me see. I almost forgot where I put the 5 down. I almost misplaced it.
Yeah, I would definitely load up some games because you probably have a different ROM set collection than me.
Yeah, let me go grab PPSSPP Gold from.
Say that 10 times fast.
I will pass on that. I'm gonna have a really bad slip.
Actually, I'm gonna up the brightness.
I like the haptics. I will say that, like, just typing, the haptics are really nice.
The haptics feel good. The rumble feels really good. I noticed when I was playing.
Yeah,
it's very nuanced rumble.
I was like,
oh no.
Did I just miss a hilarious moment?
Dude, I'm just terrible. That's just the truth of the matter here. I'm watching the gameplay on the stream instead of on the handheld, and that's my first mistake.
Okay, let me see what I have. I know I copied over some PSP games to the device.
No.
So right now, the only PSP games I have on there is Flow, Chains of Olympus, and then 2 Wipeout games, Wipeout Pure and Pulse. I can quickly copy it over, though, so...
Copy it. I
should have
it. Oh, that would have been a sweet jump to make. See, Todd, I don't think Flat Out... I mean, I like this, but it doesn't feel as seamless as Burnout to me. Like, it's a little awkward when for instance, when I crash, I don't immediately reset. And are we getting some slowdown here? No, it's a 30 FPS game. Okay.
Oh yeah, so for that, there's probably some patches to get it to 60 FPS. There's a whole cheats database, but I mean, yeah, you don't have to
turn on that option in PPSSPP where you say, render at 60, or insert frames to make it look like 60.
Yeah, there's so many cool things you can do nowadays. It's awesome.
So let's take a closer look at the games here.
You have a nice set of games there.
Weren't you just calling me out saying my set of games? We have to talk about them because I think
that was on the Vita. That was on the Vita.
On the Vita. Oh,
you had Ben 10. I don't know what that's about. I mean,
why the heck do I?
I know you're going to say it's for your kids, but I don't. Really
why do I have Metal Gear Acid and Portable Ops, but I don't have the best one, Peace Walker?
Why do you have NBA Live 08?
Dude, I love NBA. I love NBA Live 08. It's my favorite NBA game of all time. Believe it or not, I just have nostalgia for that particular year, that version.
I would probably have NHL on there. I have nostalgia.
I played it on the on the actual PSP back in the day. That and SOCOM US Navy SEALs. That was another one I played a lot. And
great.
Star Wars Battlefront on here, Battlefront 2, Tony Hawk. And so I don't have those other ones we're talking about. Let's move on from PSP. Fair.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, Rob. What do you want to see next? What should we do? Should we move on up to 3DS for a minute?
Yeah, I think 3DS will be interesting to see how it looks on the screen, how it displays.
Should we do some Sonic Lost World?
I think Sonic's going to be getting a whole lot of love, from now on.
You think?
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, I got that Sonic figure at Walgreens last night. And I'm like, I got to have that for the video. $5. Worth it.
Are you using Lime 3DS?
So we're using Lime 3DS.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Straight from the Play Store, right?
No, I think I went ahead and got the APK for this one.
Okay, that's fine.
I talk about it in the first look video if you want the specifics. I can't remember right now. Yeah. Okay, let's go, Sonic. So this one I have at I believe 3x. Where do we have that? We're in OpenGL, and we're at a 3x native.
Whoa, that's a good recommend.
And so here's what it's going to look like full screened. And actually, we need to pull the brightness down a bit.
That looks awesome.
Yeah. I do notice with OLED screens, I need to constantly fiddle with the brightness for the camera to get it to kind of be in that sweet spot.
So I gotta look at it more like, you know, when I have just some different more time with it, but look at different scaling in terms of the brightness. I wonder if that needs to be tweaked a little bit, if it's too bright at the lower end, you know.
Well, if it's dark scenes, you got to turn it up. If it's very vibrant scenes like this, you need to turn it down. Yeah, getting a little bit of slowdown, running at 85% speed here on 3x, and so this is one we're going to want to drop down to a 2x.
Don't forget with 3DS, we're going to have like the compilation, the shader compilation stutters and stuff like that. So it
will take a few minutes. Okay,
yeah.
Well, we can try 3x again.
Yeah.
I was surprised to find that this didn't perform quite as well as the RP Mini with the same games. And I guess it's because, you know, we are pushing more pixels to try to get to that native 1080p resolution. And that's all I could attribute it to. Yeah, initially, I know that this is not optimized. This is not the final unit. This is not a retail unit, both in hardware and software, as far as I know. Let's get up the wall. I've never actually played this game before. Also, I noticed a little bit of creaking in the shell, too. Let's try to just take a moment here. No. Well, yeah, there's a little bit of movement here on the bottom. One thing I'm happy about is that the micro SD card is flush this time. Of course, it was flush also with my retail Mini. So, good there.
And the door on it is also nice and easy to get out.
Yes.
Did you have the issue with the Odin 2, just the regular Odin 2, where the door is almost impossible to get open?
I don't remember with regular Odin 2. You're talking about a year ago now.
Yeah, no, which is kind of wild to think about. I'm glad that AYN is still sticking with that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so here's how you run. I want to go fast.
Great, though.
How do we do fast Sonic? Oh, I see. So do we need to go through these blocks? Ah, okay. Well, I want fast Sonic continuously. All right, so there's your different layouts. What are you laughing at?
You know, poor Sonic.
I know. Michael Benny says
it looks
Stubbs
beautiful,
have a flip hinge moment. So yeah, there's no bendableness, but you can tell the glass creaks a little bit if you twist it, and any more pressure, I'm sure, might create a bad situation. So I don't want to twist it too hard. What's another good one for 3DS? So we also have Tekken 3D, Ridge Racer. Do we have any 3D requests in our list here, which is now up to 51 games?
Wow. I see some requests for Android games. I'm actually working on adding some of those Android games right now. I'm downloading them to my device.
Oh, cool. So we're going to switch to Rob here in a few minutes, where he can embarrass himself playing games on camera. And PSP Madness, someone says, Michael Benny wants to, let's answer some questions real quick. Michael Benny wants to know, does the RP5 review unit have the new Retroid launcher? No, it does not. Not ready yet.
No.
Hoping to see native Android games. Yes, Rob's going to take a look. Please address the battery allocations. What's the battery allocations? I don't know of any drama surrounding the battery on this.
We talked about early on that I had issues just getting it to take the charge initially.
For charging. Well,
Yeah.
and you know, so the pre-production, they have not optimized the charging rate while it's in battery mode, or what was it? I need to pull up the Chris's thing here.
Yeah, actually that'd be useful if we could pull that up and just kind of take a look at that. Battery usage while in sleep.
Hey, look at that on the RH website. Battery usage while in sleep mode has not been fully optimized, so that must be what that is. Audio output is not properly routing to the external display while docked. Fast charging has not fully optimized yet. Video codecs for game streaming are not optimized yet, so we're not going to do game streaming today. Let's wait on that. But that's actually what I'm most excited for in the device, is to stream my PS5, Xbox, and NVIDIA, what is it, GeForce Now to this device. I think that's going to be an awesome use case. Let's save that for the full review. The new Retroid launcher, of course, is not optimized, and it's not here yet. So, yeah.
Do we know when they were planning on launching that? Was it around the same time as they're planning on shipping it in mid-November?
November 14th is when this starts to ship. Chris from Retroid just DM'd me and asked me what was going on with the speakers. And yeah, so if you want to know, Chris, for your data to take back to the Retroid folks, is the speaker is, unfortunately, my right speaker is getting very distorted when I start to turn up the volume above 50%. It just doesn't sound good at all. It just sounds very crackly, distorted, not great. Speakers in general on my unit here do not sound very good. There's mid-range, but not a lot of high-end, and the bass any level of bass causes it to just sound pretty poopy. I have to assume this is a pre-production issue, or I got a speaker wire that's not fully connected, something like that, right? Because I haven't heard anybody else who has an RP5 say this, not a lot of us yet, but nobody else has mentioned the speakers. So let's do once again, you saw this in my first look video, but let's listen to the speakers live together so I can show you the issue. And our Horizon Chase is a great soundtrack.
I know it's a boring game to show, but the colors are great. The audios are great. You know, just great to show off. It's a great game to use for testing purposes.
So left speaker sounds okay. I keep accidentally turning this off. The placement of the power button drives me a little crazy sometimes.
I've done that too by accident.
Where is the where's the volume?
I kind of wish the power was like on the left side.
So now it lost the speaker entirely. Let's relaunch that. Make sure I get my hand below now. This is also is lightweight, and it's good to one hand. I like that. So listen to the right speaker here.
There's no audio coming through. Is it? Do you hear audio on your end, or is it just the noise cancellation?
Oh, probably noise cancellation. 1 second.
Yeah, I could faintly hear it picking up. Still nothing coming through. No, still nothing coming through.
Anything?
You had it briefly. Yeah, I think your noise gate or noise cancellation is blocking it.
I had all my noise cancellation off.
That's weird. Nah.
Okay, so I'm just going to relay it then to you. You can hear my voice, right, though?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to relay it to you. So I was running into those signs, not just because I'm bad at the game, but also just every time I hit the sign, it really rumbles the bass, and the right speaker just goes. So that's the speakers on this unit, not good, not good.
Interesting.
Until we hear reports from other units with that issue, I'm going to assume that it is a QC thing with this unit because it doesn't sound normal, and I doubt that they would let that get to market in that state. You have to assume they test the speakers, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Might be something that comes up and they need to make some changes before shipping out the retails. I really hope that they just triple check the speakers because speakers are very important. Game soundtracks are awesome to listen to, and it's an important factor when taking into consideration, do you want one of these handhelds? You should be able to get good audio out of the 3.5 headphone jack and all that. But so, Rob, do you have yours ready to go? Let's go ahead and swap over.
Sure. Let me launch
water.
some games here. I was actually trying to download the resources for ZZZ since that was a big request for Android gaming. But I do have another request I saw that I actually own, which is SpongeBob the Cosmics. What was it called?
Let's take a look.
Something. Yeah, I'm
do
loading it up. Hold on, give me 1 second. I was trying to do it while you were, kind of messing around there.
Well, you want me to? Okay. Well, you get yours going. I'll take a look here. Let's do some more questions too.
I'm getting there.
Can you kindly try out Need for Speed Modern Warfare on PS2?
Oh no, most wanted.
And they want to know, secondly, if the aim is to emulate till PS2, can the RP5 replace the Odin 2 Mini safely? For PS2, yeah, you're not going to be able to upscale quite as high. Yeah, it should be fine. It should look good. Use your widescreen patches. So Modern Warfare,
no,
or Need for Speed most wanted, not Modern
Warfare.
What am I? What
Need for Speed goes Twisted
Metal. Call of Duty. Yeah, Most Wanted, right? Need for Speed Most Wanted. That's a great game, by the way. I love that game.
I've never played Need for Speed Modern Warfare. It sounds great.
I'm a mess, Dad. I'm a mess.
That's good.
We'd love to. My request is probably going to be a bit odd from RNS, but would it be possible for either of you to test streaming from a PC, Steam Link or Moonlight? So because the streaming is not really ready to go yet, I'm thinking it's just going to not be great. I'd like to wait on streaming until we get an update to these pre-production models to have the correct, optimization, whatever they say is their baseline for retail. I'd prefer to wait. We can try it, and I'm sure it'll work. Maybe, hopefully. You know what? Let me get GeForce Now streaming because that's very, very, very. It's the best streaming app. It's the best. And I don't have like local setup right now where that's going to be great. But yeah,
I'm excited to test Moonlight for sure. I will be definitely testing Moonlight.
Yeah, check out Rob's for Moonlight, and let me get GeForce Now.
And I will look at the decoding times and things like that just to kind of compare to
some
other stuff I've done.
I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. See, look at this guy. This is the guy you want.
To be fair, I've learned stuff with that as well.
Yeah,
I've learned about stuff like that too.
I'm the guy you talk to if you're like, hey, does it feel good in your hands? Does it cramp up your hands? Does it look good? Does it sound good? Does it make you feel joy? Does it spark joy? Does it run fast? I'm the basic bitch of the group. Let's just say that. I'm also under
you're the beauty. You're the beauty of the group.
Oh no. Oh no.
I keep looking down at my device.
I can't wait for Russ's review. Like this is he's been covering these, and he wasn't hyped on Retroid to begin with. Like, he wasn't a big fan of the Android devices, but he's come around to them. So I'm really interested to hear his take on this. Over the years, it's been cool watching him grow with the Android devices. Whereas I started only loving Android. Over time now, I've become more and more a Linux guy. I love the simplicity of it. And then x86, I was not hyped on for handheld gaming, and now I love it. So it's funny how we evolve as creators and just enjoyers of the hobby. And now Android is like third to me. It's like Linux, Linux for simplicity's sake, for ease of use, Windows for just the pure versatility you get with it, and then Android. Isn't that weird? Have I gone insane? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I know you like Android quite a bit too.
I know,
That's
right? What's
surprising.
happening to me? Well, it's because I think, there's so much setup time, tinkering involved in every one of these devices. I have limited time as it is. And so setting them up over and 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 over again can be tiring, can be draining. And it's like, oh man, I just want to play. I just want to boot it up. I just want to boot it up and play a game. And that's why it's Steam Deck still number one to me.
To be fair, you are older than me, so I get it.
Yeah, I'm turning 40 in April. So
you don't have the time anymore. You know?
I just want simple. I know it's old now. But people get really hyped on perfecting and making everything just so on these Android devices. And so I will not ever discount that aspect and the fun you can have, because I remember exploring the Android devices before I was a reviewer, where you had the time to just endlessly tinker with them. And I loved diving in deep and setting up Launchbox or a front end and scraping everything till it's perfect. That process is a game in itself, and it's a lot of fun. Oh, I need to verify.
You know me, I love to tinker. That's
I know. And I like to do minimal tinkering. I want to show like how fast can we get this handheld into a state of just playing it and enjoying it as fast as possible. Which device brings us that? The everyman. If you aren't experienced with this stuff, how can we do that? And so that's why I'm excited for Linux on this, and Batocera and ROCKNIX. I think that is freaking rad.
I'm pretty excited about Batocera and ROCKNIX just because of Xbox emulation on these devices, which is really cool to see. I know it's not quite full speed, but just in terms of future development, it'll be really exciting.
Yeah, and also I've been for Android. It's funny getting into these vertical Android handhelds like the Anbernic RG406V here. This is such a cool idea as well, just seeing that develop. So it's an interesting time, man. It's an interesting time. We are so spoiled for choice.
I know, it's great. I love it. It's just, I can't believe how much this space has grown. It's kind of amazing to me.
Okay, so let's just do.
So you streaming. Have GeForce. You have
Yep. Yeah, I have GeForce, and let's do something. I don't know. Let's do Cuphead, because that one requires pretty accurate timing, so that'll be a good latency test. Android is king. Roderick says Android is king because you can tweak it the way you want, so no need to keep it in the regular tablet phone skin. It's true, yeah. And that's the nice thing, and I never want to discount that, is that Android really, if you are a tinker, if you want to eke out every little bit of performance that you can and get super in the weeds with custom drivers, this is going to be the type of device that you want. The age-old thing of, well, Android has more latency for gaming with, with that whole black frame insertion thing. If we can get that in Android with that run-ahead option now with RetroArch and all that, you really can mitigate that rumor, that old wives' tale, I want to say, because I've never myself noticed a difference as far as latency goes between Linux and Android, but there's that placebo effect in my mind where, like, I think Linux might be better, but I can't scientifically prove that. But I'm sure somebody has.
Interesting,
I'm sure somebody has.
We all have kind of like the things that we pay more attention to, I think, as just covering these devices. Like for me, I typically don't notice latency unless it's very obvious. So and also because I'm older and I just don't quite react to things the same way anymore. But yeah, no, I mean, for sure, that's definitely a real thing, though.
And I'm happy to say, look at this.
That looks great, yeah.
Look at this. Yeah, this feels like I'm running it natively on the device. So I don't know about the whole decoding thing, but as far as the latency thing goes, this looks really, really good. Oh man, dude, I'm gonna get my PlayStation remote play going this weekend. Oh, sweet. Okay, this is actually better than I hoped for streaming right out the gate. Yeah, this feels like I'm running it natively on the device. I don't see any artifacting.
One thing that's weird, why is it not utilizing the full screen though?
I'll take a look at that. But one thing I want to say is that, look, too, I'm not even at full bars for Wi-Fi in the office here. So, and we're at 27% battery life. Wow.
GeForce is easily the best of those services, of the cloud services.
And it's not, and it's not utilizing the full screen. That's true. Can we get it to happen? Maybe. It's not something I'm going to mess with right now, but the focus here for me is just, GeForce is so good. I really recommend getting yourself that GeForce Ultimate subscription. It just beats Game Pass. You get your whole game library on here from Steam and other accounts and just access those games. Vibrancy, yeah. Okay, this has me hyped, dude. This is cool. Let's do another one.
I saw something about because the issues with the Mini in terms of the buttons and the scraping and all that stuff. So for the five, if you look at the buttons, there's a little circle around the buttons, and that's actually plastic still. So the glass doesn't actually touch up against the buttons at all. And
yeah,
from what I'm seeing so far, I don't see any evidence of that.
Unlike the RP Mini, where you have glass all the way across, you do get that break from the glass around this and around the D-pad. And so, yeah, there is no...
I haven't noticed any scraping of the buttons on this so far. I haven't truly played a lot on
I showed that in my first look video too. There's no scraping that I can see. It's they both are quieter, they're easier to press, they feel better to press. It's just a more joyful experience using the whole thing together here. Ergonomics wise, I do like this better than the RP Mini overall, but if you're playing platformers where you don't need to utilize the sticks, the RP Mini actually wins in ergonomics and comfort for me. Once you start to do first-person shooters and you need to reach down like this on the Mini, it starts to get a little bit uncomfortable after a little while. But again, most of what I'm playing on here is those older retro games and platformers. And I think this is so dang comfortable. This is really nice.
The Mini will remain part of my rotation for sure. I mean,
yeah,
you could tell I've really enjoyed it. I've put out 5 videos on it. I've been having so much fun cooking with that device. It's been a lot of. It's just.
I know. I can't believe your output lately, man. You're just flying with the videos, and it's based in the passion for the device, right? I mean, look how many Mini videos you have up. Oh my God, you tested Android. Watch Rob's videos. I got a link to some of your videos. You did Win Later, Switch.
The Win Later is super exciting for me, and I'm so excited to test Win Later next on the 5 as well, and see what we can do there. I think the 16:9 screen will be really useful for a lot of different games.
Stay tuned for Rob's videos, on the 5 here, because you really do just put a lot of time and care into getting deep in the weeds, with which people appreciate. I appreciate. Something I don't always have time to do. It's why more show a bit basic. Here's in general what we can do, but go to Rob if you want that in the weeds details, and then Russ for that comprehensive coverage. Okay, so I could not get Fallen Order going. Let's try this again, and then Rob, I'm going to switch to you. I really am going to put you on the spotlight.
Okay, I have Cosmic Smash. Cosmic Shake. I keep going Cosmic Smash. I'm too used to the Dreamcast game.
I've been working on this for a while now and talking about, and I got to give my mouth been working on it hard. I got to give my mouth a break.
Now, out of context, that's
Oh no. Why does it keep happening? Someone's gonna clip that. Anyways, let's Oh, that's not working. Rob, I'm going to switch to you and shut up. I'm going to shut the hell up now for a minute.
Okay, let me get a game going here.
Let's just look at your backside. Look at how good that guy's backside looks. Another one. Come on, get a game going.
I'm trying
I'm leaving the stream. I'm done. I'm leaving the stream. I'm done.
Oh, that's too great.
Stern but fair.
Thank you, Zoo. Rob, step one is putting the device on camera, though.
I'm having a little bit of a. There we go. Okay. It's going. Like,
let us share in your struggle together.
Like, let's let's get this going here. Cosmic Shake takes forever to launch. It drives me nuts.
I want to see Cosmic Smash too.
Cosmic Smash. I don't think I added Dreamcast yet. Oh, you know what? Let's do Wii U. I did test that.
You have Wii U? Let's do Wii U.
I do. Yes.
And I'm going to dare the Nintendo gods and say, you know what? We could do a little bit of Nintendo. Maybe just don't do Mario, but
so I did actually have a little time with Wii U because I'm super excited about Wii U. Here, I'm gonna turn off the overlay. We don't need that one.
I have not used the new Android build yet.
So for this game, I did change the resolution. It doesn't quite run at full speed at the whatever it is native. So it's like 960 by 540 or something like that. But I kind of blown away. Like this is actually running quite well.
It looks pretty decent.
It looks insane on this screen. It's just the OLED, yeah. So there are some graphical glitches, but I mean, again, it's just the emulator itself. It's still very much in development.
Dcash, thank you so much for your.
It won't work, but here it's great.
Thank you for your super chat. We compared the Odin 2 Mini earlier for a little while, but if Rob's up for it, maybe after this he can show it real quick again. But thank you so much. Yeah, if anyone wants to donate super chats, of course, we will try our best to prioritize those first. For those requests, those definitely show up right in front of our faces, and it's very appreciated. And we give half of all the super chats to Mr. Rob the Retro Tech Dad, so it supports him.
Whoa, that was close. Yeah, this game is so fast and fun.
Holy crap! Is this the Wii U Wipeout? Or no, I mean,
this is fast racing. So this is
what's it called?
Fast racing. So it's on Switch, Wii U. I think there's a Wii version as well. And these games are just tons of fun. They're fast and furious. You have to like switch the colors and stuff to match. It's really cool.
And we're getting some artifacting. We're getting some artifacting. I don't know if there's anything you can do bandwidth wise to focus in on your.
Is it not coming here?
It's just a little artifacted. I think maybe there's some. I think it's like a 2 or 3 megabit per second stream we're getting from you on this. It's workable. I'm just being picky.
It's just blowing through this. And I'm also, just for reference, I'm on standard performance right now. I have the fan turned off.
Really?
So it's pretty much staying close to 60 or at 60. So that's kind of just amazing.
Nice. Okay. Well, let me see if I see any other Wii U requests while we're in here.
So I do have a couple up. So let me hop back in.
And we definitely want to do Switch too. And let's use yours for Switch, Rob.
Here, I can try to zoom in a little bit more. Kind of. This game looks really nice on the OLED too. I was kind of blown away by how nice it looks.
Another question from Digital Jedi. With your 556 being transparent, does it seem like there's a lot of unused space? That's just a question about that device.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, just the grips and whatnot, that kind of... I think in terms of just compactness, this is impressive,
And you have DuckTales rocking there.
This is the
I need to explore the Wii U library more.
The Wii U has some interesting games, and don't forget, there are some versions that if it weren't for the Wii U version, you wouldn't be able to emulate on Android at all. So like this game,
it's one I never really got into that much, I suppose. But now I kind of, you and Russ really are into it. I want to explore it a bit more. I think Aish is as well.
It's fun, you know. It's something new and different for Android, so it's always fun to explore what's available. But this is running great, and this is actually just, I didn't tweak any of the resolution settings or anything.
Yeah, you're getting full 60 here. And what resolution are you at?
This is just the resolution. So here, let me go
720p is the default for Wii U. Is that right?
Yep. So if I go into the graphic packs, let's see. Yeah, so I didn't actually change it. It's actually 10. It's 1080p. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you are at 1080p. Okay.
Yep. So that runs really well. For fast racing, what I did was I did change it to 960 by 540 to get it to 60 frames per second.
What do you think about
it? Looks great on here.
Another 556 question. What do you think about the ergonomics compared to your 556 versus the RP5?
So I was talking about it a little bit earlier. You know, here, let me zoom out of here a little bit. So like in terms of just being able to hold the device and actually reach the grips, this is very comfortable. I like this more. Whereas you kind of have to, you need like a little bit of force, and it gets kind of crampy. So like for me, I've been kind of like liking it like this, holding it like that. So it's just a different grip. That's the thing. I mean, again, if you look at the difference between the devices here, that's kind of the thing here. So you're trading off size and compactness for slight comfort, but this is still pretty comfortable. I mean, like holding it here and reaching for the D-pad, this feels nice. I think really the awkwardness comes just from reaching for those triggers.
Reaching for the triggers. Yep, I'd have to agree with you on that one too.
Long term, I could see that being kind of annoying. Let's say you're playing a racing game and you're having to hold it like that. You're probably going to want to do something more like this, I think. You know, so it's, do you have give or take? You know,
sure. And do you have the Odin 2 Mini again? Let's just show it real quick for our super chat.
Let's do that. Yeah,
just real quick.
Yeah, look at
it's about the same width.
Very similar width, yeah.
Heavier, of course.
Height is also pretty similar.
Pretty close. What about, do you have a PSP? Someone was wondering if we have a PSP to compare with.
I think the screen sizes are just kind of like, that really says it all here. I mean, just look how minimal it is. It's utilizing really the full space it can. I do actually have a PSP, so hold on, let me grab it.
Ooh. In the meantime, someone wanted to see a Pocket test. I did that on my video earlier, but let's do it again real quick.
How does the plastic taste?
It tastes like plastic. Pretty good. Not too bad. Let's do a quick vent smell. Simply exquisite. I am so sick. I do not feel good at all. I do not feel good at all. Oh man.
I respected you. You've been going at it, you know.
It's for the viewers. We're on that grind. It's a Retroid launch. We can't not show the Retroids off. If I have the RP5 in my house, I can't not be drawn like a magnet to this room. Get on the camera, start broadcasting to the world. That's just what you do when you get a Retroid in to the house.
I think a lot of people just have a lot of questions, and they want to make sure that whether or not they want to keep their orders or even place an order. So there's things that a lot of viewers want to know, and that's the whole purpose of this.
Also, I'm going to go disinfect this now before I send this off to Derek. In a few days, after the germs die, I'm going to send this off to Base Derek for a deep dive review. So you're going to see a Derek video from us. And then depending, it might go to Ban or a writer, but I believe it's going to go to Todd at Toddtronics on our channel to do some further follow-up content, test out Linux custom firmware. People do want to see Batocera and ROCKNIX on here, and Todd really has quickly become our custom firmware guy. He's been showing some of that off, and so I think he'll be best apt to show it, as well as Xbox emulation. Rob, do you have Xbox emulation by chance?
Which one?
Any way to show Xbox today on your unit?
I don't know, because
on your RP Mini even.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have Batocera or ROCKNIX or even have it loaded on WinLater. I haven't even tried to do that with WinLater. So no Xbox on my side.
Okay.
And I agree with Todd. Xbox emulation does need love. There's a lot of great games that are stuck on Xbox like permanently, basically. Yeah, but there's actually also, for like in terms of Wii U emulation, don't dismiss Wii U emulation. There are some games that, you know, we can't play anywhere else without Wii U emulation on Android. So take a look at the library and look at some of those games. They did get a lot of ports of certain third-party games. Deus Ex is one that comes to mind. You know, that's a big one. So there's some cool stuff on Wii U. There's just a lot of cool stuff cooking on all sorts of areas. Vita emulations has definitely come a long way. It's exciting, really exciting time.
It is an exciting time. Yeah. This is clean now, Todd, by the way, and Derek. Sorry.
Yeah, and you can see my PSPs on screen there with the 5.
Nice. So it definitely takes some inspiration, but it's its own thing. It's like a
Vita
PSP mix-up, right? You got your PSP Go over
there.
Yeah.
I saw it next to it. I was like, well, okay, let me go ahead and grab it.
I'm going to take
Sony's just unbelievable. I seriously miss them in the handheld game. You know, I would love to see another device from them that's a dedicated handheld.
Right. I'm taking off my overhead cam since we're going to switch to you for a little while. I'm hoping that gives you a bit more bandwidth for the stream. Oh, looks like it did immediately. Well, that's good to know that's the thing. Yeah, look at that.
Interesting. Because I'm looking at it here, and I'm like, hey, this looks pretty sharp. It looks decent. I don't know how it looks on YouTube, but it looks pretty good here in our stream.
Yeah, no, it looks better now. Okay, so that's good to know that's a thing. So the less cameras we have on screen at once, the more bandwidth you get for whatever you're showing. Okay, so PSP, that looks great. Do you want to switch to Switch? Speaking of Switch, we're getting a lot of Switch requests.
Yeah, let's go for it. I think I have some Switch stuff.
And we can't not do GameCube and PS2. And are we forgetting something? We also have to do shaders before we get off the stream today. We're going to figure out shaders. In fact, I think his name was Gareth Nor in Discord. On the Retroid Discord, gave me a list of popular shaders that people like to use right now. And so I think I'll use that as our template to take a look. And again, we're both out of our element on this, but we'll try, because we do want to see if that's an issue here.
So yeah, I'll zoom in and get a bit closer here too. I don't even think I've configured anything just yet with this. So we'll try this. We'll try to do some Ori here.
Nice. Okay. Also, I forgot to mention we're streaming again today on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter or X. So hello everybody who's on those platforms. I can see your comments that you're leaving here. We'll try our best to respond to them as we can. But we are co-streaming on many different platforms, and thanks for giving us a shot on those. I don't think we have many followers at all on Twitch yet, and or our Facebook page. So thanks for helping us kind of grow that and giving us some metrics there. YouTube's our main focus around here, but it's nice to try out the other platforms if that's your preference. You know, if that's where you want to watch. People don't always want to click on a YouTube video and go off somewhere else if they like to hang out mainly on, these other places. So it's nice that StreamYard gives us that option.
You can
On
really
that note-
appreciate. Ori is a great one to show off. Just
Oh, nice. You got Ori, yeah.
yeah. Ori takes a little bit to start up, so
And
that's something I've noticed with Switch emulation.
And for other content creators out there, you know, if you're looking to do live streams like this, if you like kind of what we're showing or what we're doing here, I've tried out all the different streaming services. It's the cheapest to just do it yourself through OBS, but if you want to have a nice catered service that just works, StreamYard has been the best over the years for us. They're a little spendy now. I think we're at the $80 tier now to get 1080p. So that's a little more expensive than I'd like, but it happens to be that they're very convenient and they have a lot of cool features. We do have, of course, an affiliate link for StreamYard. We get a commission on, so be aware of that. But nevertheless, it's easy to recommend because it's just what we use and it's what I like to use. So it's all in our description if you want to learn more about using StreamYard. Oh yeah, okay. Show the merch our producer is showing here. Okay, well, we of course have merch, rh-go.link/spreadshop. And if you like what we're doing here as well, and you like these tests and streams, you can consider joining our Patreon or Discord Premium or YouTube Premium memberships, which start for $3 a month to get perks. And that supports directly what we're doing around here. And it's really, really thankful. And if you're interested in what we're showing today, the RP5, of course, that's also in the description, which is going to be rh-go.link/Retroid.
Come on,
okay,
Ori, I believe in you.
Shill
I believe
segment
in you.
over, Rob. I gave you as much runway as I could there, man.
I know, like, oh, it did it? Yes, yes,
Hey!
it did it. Perfect, excellent.
Perfect. Perfectly
great.
timed.
Beautiful. This is a great game to show off the OLED, though. So, I mean, I don't know how
look
well
at
it's gonna
those colors.
translate, but
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
let's do it.
Pull it right up to the camera. Let me see that beautiful.
Look
Let
at
me see those
that.
beautiful hues.
We're gonna go on easy because I'm old and I don't have time for challenge. But look at this.
Oh,
And we're getting close to 60 or at 60 right now with this game.
Is this on the latest turnip driver too?
Nope. This is just default system drivers right now.
Default system drivers. Are you
Yep.
at 720 or 1080?
So this should be let's see. It should be docked. So settings. I mean, it should be on handheld mode. So
it's on handheld mode. So docked mode would potentially should bump you up to 1080p fully. Do you want to try? Do you want to try?
I'm going to do it right
now.
Okay, so we're on
and
docked mode right now, 1080p.
Other question: what performance mode are you on? And do you have the fan on? Or
standard.
Not?
Standard.
Oh, you're on standard. Do you have the fan on?
The fan is not on right now.
So do you notice any heat coming out the back? Is it getting hot?
It's a little bit warmer. I mean, I'd leave it on quiet. That's usually what I do with the Mini.
Okay.
So
wow,
this is kind of wild to think about. We are now running this game better than on actual Switch because this is an actual Switch, right now.
Right? And then an actual like Switch Lite. And the Switch Lite is a 5-inch or 5.5-inch screen.
I forget what is the Switch Lite.
It's been so long since I've used a Switch Lite. Let me look it up.
So let me move him along here.
Yeah, you do your thing. I'll run the show. Rob's the hero right now. You do. Thank you so much for getting Switch going. I did not have time to get all that.
I saw Ori in my list of games that I had, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, Ori would be a great one to show off, just for the colors.
So the Switch itself has a 6.2-inch 720 screen, and the Switch Lite has a 5.5-inch 720 screen. So the exact same 5.5-inch that we have in the RP5, but we do get 1080p on here.
Okay.
And an OLED screen, which is very nice.
Yeah, we are really.
Oh, and better battery. 5,000 milliamp hour on the RP5, 3570 milliamp hour on the Lite.
Look at these colors.
Hey, Aish. Aish, what's going on, man? Aish, you want to join the stream? You want to come on?
That'd be awesome.
And
that
talk?
would be so cool.
Let me send you the link.
Yes,
you don't
talk to Aish.
You don't have to use your camera or anything if you're not like ready for the day or something. But if you're around,
this is so good. This is awesome. Look at this game. We're still getting 60 frames, so that's really, really awesome.
And I invited Chris as well from the Retroid Discord. We can get some further commentary from experienced Retroiders. Now, Chris does work. Chris does work for Retroid, and so keep that in mind. But Chris has been cool about negative and critical feedback too. So it's the Retroid in general has been pretty good about it. As long as you're like fair, you know what I mean? Like, I know they have not continued to send to some YouTubers, but that was in instances where it was sort of needless drama fodder stuff. If you're giving fair reviews, the critical stuff is important, and so you can't be afraid to let the companies know, you know, this stuff's all messed up. Oh, Chris says he can't anyways. Well, I was gonna comment on his Ghostbusters outfit. And Aish, I DM'd you a link if you... Oh, you're heading out? Okay, all right. Well, offer is out there.
The intro's so sad. Let me see if I can skip it, though. Yeah, I remember you being able to do that. Oops. Oh, I see. It's reversed. I gotta set the controls up. I was like, wait, why is my A not A-ing?
I went ahead and threw an invite out to Russ from Retro Game Core as well.
Oh, that'd be really cool. This looks really nice.
And really, any other creators watching, DM me on Discord. Let's have a party. Let's in this last 20 minutes here.
We are at full 60 frames in dock mode right now, so this is pretty wild. So my controls are reversed. Let me see if I can just do this and cheat. That's why. Okay, there we go. Much better. I can't play Ori the other way. It's just confusing me.
ZZZ is a good one to test for Android because controllers.
ZZZ, I need to get back into, and so I can continue downloading the files for it. Whoops.
So we can do a little bit of Android testing, and I think we're going to run over 2 hours clearly, but
oh yeah, for sure. That's
okay. I think if you join the stream, just realize, get some snacks, get hydrated, and skip around. We're gonna do timestamps for the entire stream.
Yeah.
So you can jump around to the parts that are interesting to you when you watch this later on. No need to watch two old dudes just yammering away about how much we love consumer electronics, right? But
do you have any games that you want to test and switch to? Whoops,
me?
I just died. Yeah.
I'm just happy to be here, man. I'd I'll let me look through the list for you.
Whoa. Hey, you get to see me play poorly now, so that's.
Is there Sonic Colors for Switch? Do you have that?
I don't.
Or any of the Sonic games?
What do I have on Switch here? Let's get out of here.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah.
I only copied over a few things. I didn't have enough time.
Do you have anything that's gonna really push the envelope?
I mean, Ori's a decent test, so it running at 60 frames at 1080 docked 1080p is
great. Oh yeah, you explained that to me once before. Okay, all right. Well, that's good. Maybe
I know these games all work really well. So
Alien Hominid is one of my favorite games. So
yeah, this is the HD version.
That's my request. That's my request.
It should look really nice on this screen as well.
Is there Tony wants to know, is there a scale of Switch game performance? For example, is Ori similar to other games in terms of graphics and performance? Does Ori equal Mario Odyssey, for example?
That's a really good question. It's like something I have to start thinking about because, you know, Nintendo stuff is kind of tricky to show off, and kind of take a look and see how it lines up in terms of performance. I don't know, actually. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how Ori would stack up in terms of performance. Also, a lot of times you got to keep in mind that compatibility is a thing too. So some games just work better, even despite it looking like it might be harder to run or not. This screen just looks very vivid with this game. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks really good.
Can we get the colors right up to the screen again, or up to your camera again? Ha 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 ha! Yeah. Vibrancy. It is so vibrant.
This looks really good.
Do you have Dredge, for instance?
I know. I have to
Valerio
copy more
Villa.
games over. I have to copy more games over. I haven't had a chance.
That's okay. That's all right. A lot of our requests are for PS2 and GameCube, and so we should probably look at that next. And let me see if there's any Android-specific games.
Sure. Let me see what I have here.
Can you compare to Steam Deck?
Oh, I got to grab my Steam Deck. I have an Ally right here beside me. If you guys
let me get my
that.
Steam Deck, Rob. Yeah, I'll get my Steam Deck out. It's okay. There was another. Also, thanks for the super chat. There was a super chat I just missed that came up on screen.
This game takes forever to start up. It drives me nuts.
Can we see GameCube in 4:3 versus widescreen? Yeah, that's a good call. Let's definitely do that. What system are you loading up now, Rob?
I'm trying to load up an Android game, which is SpongeBob.
Okay.
Cosmic Shake.
Okay, perfect. Let me get my Steam Deck. I like these. I've been using these like JSAW and these kill switch options lately, by the way. I really like having it for not having, to not have dust. Dust drives me crazy when you have dogs. Yeah. So here's my Steam Deck, and I've done some customizations on it.
Your Steam Deck is so cool looking.
Dude, why do dog hairs get stuck everywhere?
So I had to pull a dog hair out of the speaker grill on my Pocket 5.
How in the world does that happen? I don't have dogs in this. I never have dogs in my office. Hardly, never.
It's the same way it ends up in your car too.
I have the whole room like isolated and closed off. How does this happen? Well, to comment on that, we have Russ from Retro Game Core. Russ, can you explain to me how animal hair gets trapped in every corner of your house?
Yeah, that's just life. It's just how things are. How you guys doing? I haven't been watching the stream at all, so I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so it's a very casual stream today. We're just taking audience requests. We have them loaded up in the StreamYard here. Somebody asked just now for a Steam Deck comparison as far as size.
Oh, man,
so we were taking a look.
I don't have a snack ready to go though.
I have a drink. Thank you, Russ, for joining. We were hoping to get a couple of YouTubers on. So it's a little bit thinner than the Steam. It's a little bit, shorter. It's not.
So would you say it's just a little bit bigger than the?
It's a little bit bigger than the Steam Deck. But if I think the comparison might have been more directed at the fact that they're OLED screens.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. And so maybe we can take a quick look at that. Let's do Russ's favorite game, Horizon Chase.
Oh, never heard of it.
Never. Russ, I noticed.
Man, that thing looks so nice. I got a black one coming as well. Mine comes in like 3 hours, so that looks really good.
I won't spoil it too much for you, but today you're going to get it today.
Yeah, it's coming in like 3 hours.
Oh,
so my plan is I'll mess with it tonight, and then tomorrow, and then I'll release an impressions video on Sunday, and just kind of, I think what I'll do is just kind of answer some of those major questions. Like what I'm doing right now is messing around with the Retroid Pocket Mini to replicate all those screen issues people have been having, and then like show, hey, this is the problem, and I don't think it's going to be there on the RP5, and so that'll be one of the things I'll test. So
that'll be fun. It's been a pretty solid device so far for me. I'm interested to hear your thoughts and impressions on it, but initially I'm just thinking, hey, this is an RP Mini but wider. But there's some interesting surprises I think you'll discover. So let's see. Pull this over here. And Todd was talking to me about this game today. Death Must Die. It's another Vampire Survivors clone. A lot of fun.
I'm all in on those. I've been playing Halls of Torment quite a bit lately. That game is
Halls of Torment is so good, man.
It's so much fun.
I gotta load that on my RP5.
So I finally unlocked the Exterminator. That
you did.
That class is ridiculous. The flamethrower just blew my mind.
We should play that on here.
Yeah, Halls of Torment is a blast.
But let's compare. So the OLED on this is the limited edition. So this is a anti-reflective, anti-glare screen. So it's going to be a little different than this reflective OLED. But beyond that, we can at least compare sort of the colors because this thing is gorgeous. And this actually is a higher resolution, believe it or not, 1080p versus 800p on the Steam Deck. So it's kind of funny that you're paying for a full Steam Deck and you're actually getting a lower resolution on here than you would on this Android device. Russ, what do you got going on today otherwise? Are you just going to be deep in it on Retroid?
Oh, I think we lost Russ.
No.
I just noticed his screen dropped off.
Russ, come back.
For me, like the excitement always is going back to certain games, older games, and just seeing them on that OLED display, and regardless of the device, and it's just like, wow, it just some of these games just come to life.
Yeah, they really do. Well, dang it. That's not the right track. It's not the one I wanted.
An effort.
Went too fast.
You tried. It's okay.
It's so funny how many mistakes I make when I'm filming my videos like this, but on live stream, you get to see all of them in real time. I do this every time, every video. I have to stop. Like, I screwed up again every 5 minutes.
It's crazy, just the amount of editing that has to take place. The finished product is very different than when it's not.
But when it comes together, it's like, oh, this is kind of smooth. This is good. This is good.
That's stern but fair.
What
and
else?
No matter how much I prepare. Oh, go ahead.
Are you just doing Retroid?
Hi guys, I'm back. My audio cut out for a minute.
Yeah.
So I like as soon as I talked about the screen and testing, and then you had all these words of wisdom that I didn't hear any of it. So,
that's okay. It probably wasn't wise, but they were definitely words.
Yeah, nice.
No, I was just seeing what you're up to today beyond Retroid testing. Anything fun? You have good Halloween?
Yeah, Halloween was good. My nephew's birthday. My nephew, who's like in a Hawaii boy band here, he's like a little famous boy band kid. His birthday was yesterday. He's a Halloween baby, and so tonight is our birthday dinner. So I'm making a big clam chowder and these bread bowl thing for him. So yeah.
Oh,
nothing to do with retro handhelds.
That's okay. That's all right. Retro handhelds is just in our blood now. It's sort of integrated into life.
That's right.
I haven't had clam chowder in a long time though, so I want to hear more about your chowder. But first, I want to show everybody.
I was admiring the displays here. Just that's really nice.
This car is really trying to get out of my way. I've never
seen that before. Oh, you have people in your car. I've never seen that either.
Really? Oh, yeah. Well, this is the one that has, I guess people in it. Maybe it's a new. a new
Yeah, maybe
thing,
get a new
but
car or something. Yeah, it's
I
cool.
wanted to look at the color differences. Man, people keep hitting me. How rude. So you can
Looks
see
great.
like the reflective versus the
Yeah.
anti-glare
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, you know, I requested a black one probably for the same reasons you guys. It's like I'm looking forward to playing 4x3 content on it, and that way the blacks
Same,
just kind of
yes.
disappear into the
It goes
shell.
away.
You know,
You just
'cause
have
it's
better
OLED.
ergonomics then. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was telling Stubbs early on. Was that I was actually happy to receive the black unit because that's exactly what I
Yeah.
want to look at. I want to see how it just kind of blends in with the front of the display.
right. Yeah, that's looking really good.
All right, Rob, let's hop back over to yours, man.
Sure, I got some Cosmic Shake SpongeBob.
You got some Cosmic
I
Shake.
saw that was a request, so I actually own that game. So let's go ahead and do it. So I have it
Nice.
set to epic, 60 frames per second right now. So let's see how things go.
And the brightness I had at 50% on the OLED deck on the Steam Deck, and I had brightness at 25% on the RP5
Nice.
to get them matched up.
So I enabled the frame counter so we can kind of judge it. That's the nice thing for Android games, at least. So we are on epic settings right now, 60 frames per second. Yeah,
Ooh,
this is looking pretty good so far.
this is the Android game, right? Sorry.
This is the Android game. Yep.
Okay.
What kind of game is this? I've never seen this before. Is it like GTA?
So have you ever played Battle for Bikini Bottom?
No.
It's very similar to it. It's basically like a spiritual sequel to it. It's a 3D platform.
Like oh my gosh.
Yeah, these games are great. They're so much fun.
Huh.
And a battery test check-in. So I'm at 23% now. So I have not ever charged this yet,
right,
and that
go
got
here.
through all of my video testing and recording yesterday, and all of this live stream, which we're an hour, almost 2 hours in. And it started, I think, at 86% when I first got it. I think that's right.
Wow. Impressive.
So pretty decent battery life so far.
How are you guys liking the size of the screen compared to like the Odin 2 and the Odin Mini?
I like it better than, I don't know. I like it better than the Odin Mini for the AMOLED size of the screen is fine.
Yeah.
I like it
Yes.
better than the RP Mini for size, but I'm actually more excited for the AYN Odin 2 Portal screen size. That's
really?
going to be a very, well, it's going to be a comfortable 7-inch screen for my aging eyes.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'm in the last, I don't know, 6 months, a year, I've really been gravitating towards larger screens when possible.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, it's going to be like the ultimate Logitech cloud, basically.
yeah, right. Yeah, so you can use it for streaming. You can also, you get that Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, so you can do your latest greatest a little bit better than this Snapdragon 865, but it is a decently higher cost, and so I don't know. It's going to be really up to personal preference for people. I think the OLED time has come for all of these devices now, which is great. This is where I wanted to see it start back in 2020 when we got into this whole thing. And
Yeah.
now,
I mean, it's crazy what we have for options nowadays.
yeah, it's nuts. And so for people looking for that pocketable OLED experience, the RP Mini or this RP5 are going to be awesome. But yeah, I think the Portal is going to be my ultimate for the year.
Yeah.
And next year potentially too. Yeah.
I feel like, so my take on it is that I feel like the RP5 might just be good enough, you know, and that's like
Right.
the big question I have for myself is like, you know, I love my Odin 2. It's $300. And to be honest, it's not. It's like $380 because I like to have the different color options. So we're talking about something that's essentially twice as much as the Retroid Pocket 5. But is the Retroid Pocket 5 just good enough? Like, does it play the PS2 and GameCube and all the other things I love about
Just
like
enough.
is the screen big enough? Yeah, all that stuff is like that's the big question I'm going to kind of try to answer on my Sunday impressions video. Is like, is this one good enough? And then I think my full review, it'll be more like, is this the one for you? You know, the kind of typical thing I like to do.
Do you think, I know you don't have it in hands yet, but do you think it's going to convert a lot of people from the RP4 to get the RP5, or do you think they'll be satisfied?
Yeah, that's the other question.
You don't know
is
yet,
like,
but
right. Is like, is it worth 200 plus shipping to upgrade a Retroid Pocket 4 Pro? I can't see that world happening. You know what I mean? Unless you're like, you really need a bigger screen, you really need OLED. You know,
You want OLED.
yeah.
Yeah,
How are
I
the
know.
ergonomics on it, like compared to the flat back?
I prefer. So I was not a fan of the RP3 or the RP4 in the end before the ergonomics alone, unless you put a grip or something on it. But using it naked, not great. And so in the screen as well, for me, I just skipped out on the RP4 not too long after my reviews were done.
Yeah.
Really, you know, from the RP2S until now, I have not been stoked on Retroid stuff. But RP Mini I really like, and the bump outs on here I really like. Let me get my camera back on screen there. You know, I am very thankful that we get these ergonomic grips now, and there's some grit to them, and it's not
I like
glossy. You know, it's very comfortable and lightweight, and I like it overall better than the RP Mini. But for platforming specifically, lower end platforming, I think this is more comfortable. If you're just using D-pad and face buttons, this is a more comfortable experience for everything but your eyeballs because of the size. But as far as when you start to use the sticks for FPS, this becomes awkward to me. So I can do this for about 10 minutes, and then it's like, crap, my hands are cramping. And so this works really well for FPSs and dual stick gaming. So I just find the ergonomics better.
Yeah, Rob, I saw you like tearing into SpongeBob a minute ago, and that's dual sticks like that. That all felt good.
It felt really comfortable. See, I was commenting. I think where some of the awkwardness will come is when you have to press down on those triggers and holding it a certain way. That's maybe where you'll start to feel a bit of that cramping. So you'll have to just position your grips a little bit differently. But yeah, it's nice. It's very comfortable. I really like the texturing on those bump outs on the back. It's really nice. Very different feeling device from the RP4. It's kind of wild to see.
Russ, have you played Halls of Torment yet?
I have not. I've seen people playing it. I think I actually have it on Steam, but I haven't actually played it. You
have got to play Halls of Torment.
It's on Android?
Yeah, it's on Android now.
Yes, it is. Yep.
It's a kind of a sleeper hit. No, they weren't really advertising it too much as far as I saw. But it's Vampire
Survivors on the Play Store. It's awful.
I know. I'm going to the Play Store right now to check it.
It's Vampire Survivors, the ultimate form of that genre, in my opinion, dude. It's Vampire Survivors with Diablo graphics.
I love it.
Right.
Yeah. The aesthetic is awesome.
It gets so deep. So you start out and play the game, you think this is really simple. This is not much going on, but you unlock new layers to the game after every few matches, and it just gets bonkers. So eventually you're going to get all these characters all with all these different skills.
Blows me away how good he is.
I'm playing with the Exterminator now. You get all these level up I love perks. You get all this equipment you can buy. You can add perks to your dudes. You can also play this insane mode you unlock eventually. So I've beat the game now. And you can just go nuts. So here's like the Frozen Depths.
How many hours do you think you put into it?
So I play this mostly when I'm exercising on my recumbent bike or treadmill. And because it's like painful, just like the exercises. And so I've put in probably 30 hours on this so far, 20, 30 hours.
Okay.
It's my favorite game right now. It's just easy to play.
Yeah,
the Exterminator is constantly
I love
constantly just
is it gratifying like the like Vampire Survivors, you know, where it's like
yes.
it's like you just full on just killing people?
Yes,
like, I love that. I don't want to be challenged. I just want to cause mayhem.
You really feel like as you progress through the game, you're getting more powerful and you get all those different options to level up. It's awesome. It's so much fun.
This is my favorite game right now. It's Vampire Survivors keeps my attention for a little while. This will keep my attention for hours, potentially. But let's do like it. Oh, I just see.
Oh, it's only $5. $5, well worth it. Well worth it.
I just an affiliate link or something. Just kidding. Just kidding.
It plays great. Links pretty much everything.
Can you get affiliate links for Google Play Store?
No, you can't. But you know, we're all shills. I just read about that on Reddit.
Yeah, I was reading that we're shills. I was just seeing that we're shills.
Keep forgetting about that.
It was funny, Russ. I responded to that comment like, "Hey, here's like the disclaimer. Here's why, you know, shill. All this stuff. I'm tired of having this conversation. So here's like an end all be all comment about it." And I did it in my video today, this live stream on the podcast. It's like this week. I think it's because that new Dragon Age game came out. There's a lot of shill things going around for those reviews, and it's bleeding over into retro handhelds world. And it's like, this isn't really a niche where we get too many shills that I've seen for even other reviewers. And so, Russ, it was funny that you commented after me with your novel as well. And which was well said. I don't know. Do you have any
we
thoughts
were writing novels at the
that?
same time. Yeah. No, I mean, the big
I
thing is
stopped
just like
filming and I was like keyboard warrioring.
it's all about, you know, trust. And
It is.
you know,
You lose that.
the
and you're
idea that
done.
we would compromise our integrity for what? For fear of not getting a review unit, for getting people to buy, like tricking people into buying a device that isn't as good as it is. All that just erodes trust. And I don't know. I've spent so much time building that trust. It's not a thought that occurs to me, but I totally get it how other people, especially in the Western world, people are skeptical. And I think especially this time of year, you know, every 4 years, we get very skeptical about anything we see online. And so I get all that. But yeah, it's just kind of a unique perspective. And you know, I respect everybody who's got these like skeptical mindset, because it does make you more critical. Like I love all that stuff. But yeah, sometimes it's just awkward to kind of deal with when it's not something that really occurs to us anyway. So
yeah, it's funny. I didn't have to start thinking about it until we started getting bigger in the last year or so, where we're getting that a lot more. And I guess it means that you've hit some sort of milestone on YouTube. I don't know. It's kind of a badge of honor in a way. At what point do you lose your integrity? I suppose people think you reach a certain number and then automatically like, well, time to accept the Raid Shadow Legends money.
yeah, exactly.
I've never
That
actually
joke.
played that game.
I haven't
I need
either.
to. I need to.
Yeah.
That would be a boring sponsorship to do. We do sponsorships on our channel. I know you don't on yours, Rob, or Russ, but Rob as well. But we've done those, you know, Temu and all that.
I think I'm fortunate
but-
like Russ. You know, I mean, I have a day job, so for the most part, this is awesome as just a side thing to do. But I mean, I think to myself, I'm like, I'd be doing this stuff anyways, so that's why I kind of started making videos doing it, because I'm like, this is what I do all the time anyway. So it's a hobby, it's a passion for me. I enjoyed tinkering and messing around with these devices, and always have. So
yeah. The only thing, so we'll do those in sponsored integrations because we have a lot of people, we have a lot of mouths to feed on our review team as far as getting people units and getting the equipment they need and all that. And so we'll do that sometimes, but we've never and will never accept money for anything for our niche, for the handhelds, for any of this stuff. Just send the unit, or we'll buy the unit. Can you send it early so we can cover it on the channel? Because that crosses that integrity line where it's like, yeah, because if you accept money, that's promotion, that's hype, right? You're not going to be giving an unbiased review at that point. It's
right.
It muddles the whole thing. So here's a comparison of Halls of Torment with the OLED screens, and actually getting a little bit warmer tones on the Steam Deck OLED.
yeah, and we saw cooler tones on the RG556. So there's slight differences between.
There are.
Still going for ZZZ.
ZZZ.
Takes forever. It's like 10 gigs or something.
I think it might be bigger. It's just these games take forever. Some of these games take forever to get going.
I'll tell you one thing I don't like about the Retroid Pocket Mini. I've tried inputting my password like 3 times now, but the text is so small I can never tell if I'm hitting it right. You know,
I know the text is very
really
small
is mini.
It's funny because I did an Android video for the Mini, and I like Halls of Torment, for example, is a game I know it works on there, but I held off on it because I'm like, you're going to torture yourself trying to play Halls of Torment on the Mini.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't be doing this on the Mini, but I want to make sure I have it before I forget.
Yeah,
because the thing with
there's
Halls
so
of
many
Torment
things
is
to do.
you get like already a smaller, just visible like display for gameplay. You have stuff on the side, so
Right.
it's just like you can go with nothing there basically. So yeah, there were certain things I held off purposely on for the RP5 coming out.
Digital Jedi asks, where does RP5 fit behind Odin 2? Number 2? Ahead of what? Behind the Odin 2 itself, I don't know. You guys might be more apt to answer this one, but I would say it's smaller and it has a more vibrant screen. I think probably the Odin 2 is more comfortable to use.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, I
with that.
feel like I would rather play streaming games on the Odin 2 in particular. You know what I mean? If I'm going to play like Astrobot or something, I would rather do it on the Odin 2 because of the stick positioning in particular, you know, and the somewhat larger screen, you know. I don't know. We'll see later today. My wife just texted me while we're talking and said it just arrived and whether or not I want it. So I said, yes, please.
Is she going to bring it to the studio?
Yeah. So I'll have her just bring it. She doesn't like being on camera, so I'll just have her bring it off camera and then I'll
we
open it up.
can we get live reactions from Russ? Whoa.
Sure.
Well,
yeah, if you wait 10 minutes. Yeah.
Ooh,
It takes about 10 minutes.
Alert Reddit, alert the socials, tell everybody. Retro Game Core live debut. Retro Handhelds podcast.
My favorite GIF.
Well, that'll be exciting. And Rob, we're watching
Yeah.
a loading screen on
If
yours,
if
which
you've
is
got anything that you want to show
I'm
off,
just-
Stubbs.
hey man, I'm just vibing. I'm looking through questions right now.
Okay.
Someone wants to say, see SSX3 Shadow of the Colossus Final Fantasy X on Nether SX2. I have Nether loaded on mine. I assume you do too, Rob.
Yep. So I was actually talking about that. I think that comment earlier, but if you check out my PS2 showcase with the Mini, the performance should be pretty similar. And I actually cover all three of those games in that video. So if you want to kind of get an idea of where that stands, Shadow of the Colossus
like
probably
that.
will be native resolution though, just from my
Efficiency.
experience with the Mini.
Yeah.
So I have, let's see, what am I at? So I'm at standard performance mode still, which I've been staying in standard for the most part, and it's been working well
Mhm.
there.
Mm.
Fan, it gets a little warmed for my liking so far. Again, Rob likes to leave it in quiet mode.
I like
Do you guys know that they've now added a custom option in here? I don't know how I got it to show. You hold, where was it? I can't get it to come up, but before I was seeing that there's a way you can customize this fan to the specific profile. Yeah, you can make your own profile kind of thing.
Maybe you're thinking about Mini? Maybe the Mini?
No,
Like
I
Odin
definitely-
Tools, maybe?
No,
You know, there's like the Odin Tools app.
No,
Oh.
yeah, I think that should work on here, but no, it was definitely on here. I was looking at it last night. Maybe it's in here. Somehow I got that to come up.
And I noticed
For long
just
pressing.
going through chat, I noticed some people talking about the Snapdragon 865, and you know, it's a mobile chipset from 2020, but it's interesting because it's kind of like that Nintendo mentality where
Holding
you
its
don't need
own.
the latest or greatest technology to get a lot out of something. And I think that Snapdragon 865 really shows that we can do a lot with it. It's still a very capable chip. It performs really well. Efficiency is really good with it. And so I think
No,
Retroid did make a really good choice with that chip.
I just appreciate they didn't do
Yeah.
cardinal snapping. Not that they ever have, but we got to test this every time, right?
Look at that. All right, I got my password in. 5th time's a
Oh.
charm. It's gonna be 15 minutes because my wife has to unload Costco stuff. So
Oh,
you guys are getting a sneak peek
Costco
into my
comes in
life.
clutch. You know how much toilet paper that we get from Costco? It's incredible. We have so many
Do we-
butts
Do
pooping
we
in this
have to
household.
do this bidet talk again? It's
We
life
have
changing.
to. Well, this let me just shill for bidets for a minute. One, it's fast work. Number two, squatty potty. Combine the two. Oh my god! I had 10 minutes before the showtime on here. I'm not feeling well. Things happen. We all have bodies. We're not just these robot AIs, although people say otherwise. And boom, 5 minutes. That's it. Efficiency, people. Come on, done.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
That's why I came out of the stream. I wanted to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Hey
you,
Stubbs,
Russ.
do you think you can
Let's take a
show
look.
video output on your RP5? Because I know you have your display right there near you. That would be awesome. Because I think Todd was asking about that.
Over here, my
Oh, yeah.
display. Yeah, I got let me get my Ghoulie Kit dock out, and give me a few minutes. I'll have to set.
That's
None of
fine,
that's set up right now.
Yeah, because the RP Mini like does native 4x3, right? Like when you plug it in, and so this plugging in and doing native 16:9 would be great, because then all the settings that you have configured for your 16:9 display will carry over to your TV as well. So I find that the RP5 will probably be more dockable than the RP Mini in that regard, because you're not going to have to fiddle around with settings as much. And so,
You're not, yeah. But it's again, everybody, it's the same chipset, it's the same performance. But when you're pushing more pixels, you're actually getting a little less performance in the RP5 in general. If you're going to play at the higher full screen native resolution. So technically, in some ways, I would say the RP Mini is superior. In some
there's
ways.
definitely going to be some times when you're definitely going to want to play on the RP Mini more. Whether or not that's like a deal breaker, and whether or not you're going to pick up that because of it, that's a different story.
I'm playing a little SSX3 while you're doing that. We're using widescreen mode.
Getting into SSX3 is a good one to show off for sure. And I know someone asked about that in our chat. Is this GameCube version or the PS2? I missed that.
PS2.
Okay.
Yeah, so for PS2, 1080p would be what, 2.5x upscale?
I think
technically, because if you do a 3x, it'll be more. It'll be like 1287 or vertical pixels, and so
I'm at.
I'm
I'm running at 3x. I'm above 1080p now.
Yeah, and that's a good testing spot. So.
Yeah, I was surprised by how many games actually ran at like 2-3x with the 865. It was kind of impressive to see.
Let me get my stats up.
Yeah, if you go to the stats, and then there's one that says like show resolution.
Resolution.
Yep.
Yeah.
So at 3x, we are at
1334.
Oh.
So you're well beyond what the screen can handle, and that's a good test way, because to be able to show this thing can perform beyond what the screen can handle anyway. And so 2.5 will be like ideal for like battery efficiency. But if you're looking for just specifically how much power you can throw into it, throwing it at 3x is just going to give people a great kind of option there. So,
and I'm on Vulkan drivers, and I'm on not the fast defaults, just the regular standard normal, 100% speed for cycle rate and all that. And I'm actually up too high, so we want to drop down to 2.5. Let's see where we're at with resolution there. Russ. Yeah, so we're still above 1080p there.
Yeah. But
that should be okay.
And that is, as Derek is noting, that is an internal resolution. And so it may not, it's weird. It gets really complicated with both PlayStation and GameCube, because some of these games ran at random resolutions, and so the output can depend on the game that you're playing, and so you often kind of have to look at that and how it all scales.
This looks so good.
This game looks really nice, though.
Yeah.
Good. Can you go back and actually put it in 4:3 so we can just see how
you want to see 4:3?
Yeah, that'd be
sure.
Cool
yeah,
to see that. Yeah,
good chance for it.
Because I know some have been asking about that too. Just displaying 4:3 content on this display,
right?
And that's as I mentioned before, that's partly why I wanted the black one, because I actually wanted to see. Hey, look at that! It just
I believe in my first look video today, I only did 4:3 for GameCube and PS2. I believe, but again, I haven't watched that.
Take away those stats on screen. I mean, you can't tell from watching this feed where the display actually begins, where the panel is.
I like that. So this actually might make some people have bought both the Mini and the RP5. I do not think that's necessary unless you're an extreme tinker who really needs to see which is your favorite. I think you could be just fine picking up the 5. The 5 is going to give you everything the Mini can do. You can downscale resolution, so it's like for like on performance. And because if you get one of the black front units like this, the bezel really does disappear. We're getting some graphical errors there. And I think the RP5 can be your one and done.
Do you have a ruler on you or a caliper or anything to measure the screen size in 4:3?
That's a good idea. Yeah,
sure. Because it's 3.7 inches on the Mini, and so I'm assuming this is what, 3.8, 3.9 or something. It's a 5.5 inch screen. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So same size as Switch Lite.
You looking at
You can
millimeters
just
or
open it up.
inches?
No, just open it up all the way and like
To-
open your
to-
calipers up, and then just
Yep,
go from
you know,
point
corner,
to point.
corner
what I
to
mean?
corner. Yep.
You're talking about
Diagonally. Yeah.
Okay.
Diagonally.
diagonally. I have not done this before.
No, just on the image
No.
itself. not
You're going
on the
too
screen
much.
screen. It'll be 5.5 if you do the screen, but do the image, like how much. There you go. And then do it in inches. So you have to hit the millimeters, inches.
For
button.
for us stinking Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Get out of the way.
Was that 4.4?
Yeah, a
Hey,
little
hold
over
on.
4 inches. That's
Man, that's even better than I thought it was going to be.
yeah. I think if you're undecided or only can get one device, the 5 probably makes more sense just for everything,
Yeah.
basically. The Mini is really cool from the perspective of wow, that's a lot of tech in a small package, and you can really throw it in your pocket. I mean, it's just so compact.
Yeah,
That's-
4.4.
4.4. Yeah,
Okay.
that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, Warlord Wassman is saying it's 4.5 or 4.49 if you want to be exact. That's great.
Okay. Cool. Nice. That's not something I've thought to do before. I learned something new.
Yeah, there you go. And so the other question I have are the buttons quieter? I've heard that they might be
They
quieter
are.
than on the Mini.
They
That's
are,
great.
yeah. So take a listen. So here's the Mini.
Okay.
You might not be able to hear that with my. Oh yeah, here. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let me turn off
Yeah,
the
it's
fan
about the
on
same.
this.
Yeah, to me, it sounds similar in person.
It is quieter. To me,
Okay.
it does not sound similar.
It has a less of
noticeably.
that bounce back on the face buttons. I think like that.
And maybe it's
thunkiness that
because
we were
it
all
has
talking
this
about.
circle right here. You know, it doesn't have the glass
Oh,
around
right,
it,
right.
and so there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
scraping happening.
That's
But
great. I like that.
it's noticeably quieter. The face buttons feel so much easier to use. Is the thing.
Mm. Are they
So
more
they're easier to
rounded? They look
press.
more rounded.
They're more rounded as
Yes.
well.
I don't know why they went with
Beautiful.
that very flat on the Mini. That was kind of a weird
Yeah.
choice there. I don't know why they did that.
It's very Ioneo of them.
Yeah, you can see the roundedness more on the 5,
Yeah.
which I prefer.
Love it. Yeah, it doesn't stick out as much. I'm happy. Good.
Sweet. All right, Rob, you ready?
Yeah, it looks like it. I got some gotcha things on my screen, but we'll bypass that. That's no problem.
So what are we looking at here now? Again, I've already forgotten.
ZZZ.
ZZZZZ for
Android.
So
Android, okay.
let's look at some of the settings and mess around here. Kind of figure out where we can settle in terms of performance. So it automatically set it to low. So let's just go all in high. Why not? This is a
and
pretty demanding game, so there's certain areas where it gets pretty intense. And I'm still
Rob,
on standard. So
Rob, do you have Sonic Colors on your SD card for Wii?
for Wii, I can add it. I'd be happy to do that while we do other things. Yeah. So let me
so
go.
stay tuned for
outside. Hold
Sonic
on.
Colors.
Try
Kevin
to
wanted to know.
remember this
Uh,
game.
Smoj wanted to know. I want to see the Getaway performs in Area 51 for PS2. I don't have either of those. Oh wait, who is it? Oh, it's Aish. What's going on, man?
What's up, guys? I heard you guys were talking about buttons and I had to jump on.
So this is a good sign so far.
Hey.
We're on high settings. We're still holding that frame rate. Let me see if I can go up to 60 frames now and see what happens.
Okay.
Because
Hey,
that
you just
area
felt the
tends-
disturbance in the force. That's what
I
it
did.
was.
I was like, wait. They're
Felt
talking
button.
about buttons. What is this?
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good, man.
It's good to see you. How's your Halloween last night?
It was fun. Everybody loved my son's costume. He was, well, depends when you ask him. He was either a SWAT officer or Black Ops. So I guess he was a fluent special ops, basically.
He looked badass.
Yeah,
I
he
bet.
looked cool. I took some pictures of it. I'll show you guys later.
Well, thank you for coming back from Halloween and then being nice enough to stay up till 1 a.m. working on thumbnails for not this live stream and also my my first look videos. Thank you, sir.
You
So
know,
we're
I gotta
outside.
spend some time on him.
So we're outside actually in ZZZ. This area tends to have frame drops, and it's holding 60 high settings right now. So really,
Wow.
pretty impressive. Yeah. All right, let's try to find a mission or something.
Wait, which was this? ZZZ.
ZZZ, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good game, and on an OLED screen, it looks so good.
So Aish, I know you're getting an RP5 unit, right? Is it shown up yet?
It's already been delivered, but it's stateside, so I'm not gonna be able to make it to pick it up today. So I asked my friend who's over there right now. He's gonna be back around 5, and I'll have mine.
Oh, no way. So you and Russ both get yours today. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I can actually start playing with it because this is the one I was excited for. The Mini was a pleasant surprise.
The
but
Mini was an appetizer, right?
exactly, but for me, this is the main one I want because, like the Odin 2 Mini, more powerful. Sure, I'm guessing the build quality is going to be better, but
Yeah.
to me, D-pad placement is huge for a smaller "quote unquote" Android handheld. So having that D-pad up there means I'm way more likely to play Game Boy Advance games, Super Nintendo games, all that stuff. And personally, the stick being down low doesn't bother me. So for me, this is the perfect layout. And on that screen, I'm sure I'm going to have a really good time.
I'm so excited for your video on this. You always do just the most artful, deep, thoughtful, meaningful videos on these things. And if there's any issues with the buttons, you've got that covered.
Oh yeah,
You will figure that out for us all.
I will find it. Oh, also, Chris actually told me this. If you get the membranes for the 2S, they can
Yeah.
actually fit in the Mini, and they can be a drop-in to make them quieter too.
What?
I've heard
in
that.
So
the
I'm gonna
world?
try. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some of those because that would be easier. The cutting down the membranes was the fastest solution for me. Because
Yep.
I wasn't gonna play the device. Like at night, if you try to play that at night next to your partner, no, it's not a good time. So I had to fix it, and that was an easy fix for me. But if you can just get some membranes and drop them in, you don't have to cut anything.
Listen to
Beautiful.
this awesome tip of mine. Get earplugs and quietly slip it in your wife's ear when she's
Oh no,
asleep.
she'll know. Oh, she'll know. She'll know. She'll know.
Just to list a little.
You know what the really cool use for the Mini is though, and I saw Russ talk about this XR glasses on the Mini. It's perfect. Like those glasses have really changed how I look at a lot of these handhelds. Because before it was like, no man, I want this game on a big screen.
That's a good
So
call.
how can
Hold
I
on.
get that? Now if
Hey.
you just put the XR glasses, man, I'm gonna hold that.
Okay,
thought
my
for a
Retroid Pocket 5 just arrived. Let me go and grab it.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. Okay, so I'm actually in a segment where I can do some battling. So let's see how
Oh.
that looks.
Ooh,
Wait, I
Russ's
might
RP5 is
space out
here.
here for a second. I gotta check my connection, so give me a sec here.
Oh, you're fine. Aish, I have your Veer glasses here. These are the lights. I still need to mail this to you. I'm working on the video this next week, I swear. Then I can send this
Alright,
to you.
Say what now?
I
lost
got your
what's
glass.
going on.
I got your XR glasses here. I owe you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna send these to you. I gotta make my video. I'm finally doing it. It's such a pain in the butt to make these XR glass videos because I need to project the screen out visually for people, and that always is a brain block. But our editor says that he has a way to do it, so we're gonna do it. I'm not gonna stress.
I've been
about it.
trying to figure out ways to do that. I think Clef did a pretty good job with his, but I wanna. You know who actually did a really good job with their glasses? Bill from Nerdnest. I don't know if you saw his video on him.
I haven't yet.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he
he
did
did
this really cool take where he's sitting on the couch and he put a gigantic screen in front of him, like
Yeah.
floating. And
Yeah.
it looks really cool. And I think that's a good way to kind of show what it looks like. Because when you hear 135-inch screen, it sounds like it's going to be crazy, and you put them out, it could be a little underwhelming if you're expecting, like a VR experience. But a few minutes of actually using, you're like, no, this is really cool.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
guys,
gonna-
you ready to see my black Retroid Pocket 5 that I requested? Doo-doo. It didn't send the black.
Oh,
black.
no.
You got 16-bit. I like the
Yeah,
look
the
of that
16.
one.
I don't know why it's not focusing, but yeah, it's fine.
Aish, I wonder what color you got.
I hope it's the
Oh,
black one.
come on, focus.
Dude, if you didn't get
There we
black, I will trade you black.
I will happily trade you if I don't get black.
It's so boring. Well, it's just so basic. It looks the nicest for the screen, definitely, but as
Yeah.
far as the device itself, it's very boring. And so I'm happy to have it.
Yeah, I think
Indigo is what I
black-
ordered. Indigo is what I bought with my money.
I think black is a one to consider if you really want to do a lot of 4.3 content. They're like it's something to think about, you
Mhm.
know.
Yeah.
Well, for me, like
Well, it's
Game
good.
Boy
I'll
Advance,
have like the opposite experience, be able to show that off too. You know.
yeah.
And same offer to you,
Yeah.
Russ. If you want to show a black on camera, I can
That's
overnight this one to you.
I appreciate it.
can do a
I like being just one member of a continuing conversation among others. So
All right.
I'll make this work. And to be honest, this is the color that like I like
looks
the best
nice.
out of all the Retroid stuff. So this feels good. Like this feels so different than the Retroid Pocket 4 Pro. I'm gonna have to spend some time thinking about it. You know what I mean? But it's the grippy on the back. The plastic here is not like typical Retroid. Like it's not slippery in any way.
Right.
It's so well balanced. Like just feeling it. Like this first thing is like, oh, like it feels like the weights are on the ends of the handheld, and so it just kind of falls into your hand as opposed to being all centered. It feels very good.
Like my first impression when I got it was like, wow, it's thinner, lighter, and smaller than I was expecting. So
It is, yeah.
I'll tell you right off the bat that I already like this more than the Odin 2 Mini, like in terms of feel in the hand. Like to me, this
Really?
feels-
yeah, I'm not that crazy about the Odin 2 Mini, how it sits in the hand. It's way more powerful, and like I said, I'm sure the build quality is going to feel better because the build quality in the Odin 2 Mini is like first party. That's like a Sony handheld.
Yeah,
But
right.
I just don't like how it feels. Like the Vita works because it's light, but this one is just a little too heavy, and the D-pad feels weird to use.
The weight is a little bit funny
Yeah,
with the balance, right?
yeah.
I love this so much already. Holy crap!
Right.
Like I'm not trying to like. Here come all the shill stuff, but like
You're shilling.
this is like bringing me joy. Like, how is it that 4 years and 300 handhelds later, I still get joy holding one? But
You
holy
should
crap,
see me when I
you know.
run to Retro Tech Mommy. I was holding my RP5 in hand. I was like, oh my god, this thing's amazing. Like, wow. She looks at me like I'm just insane. It was like, what's wrong
The
with you?
screen to controller, like all this ratio is super good. Mm.
Yeah.
That's one of the things like I've been saying a lot. It's not about just the power. Like I know people were expecting something more than the 865, but it's about the package. Like first of all, the 865 is a great chip, it has a lot of support, so don't sleep on it. But if you can get the layout right, it feels good in the hand. Like you will overlook a lot of things on more powerful devices because it gives you more of what you want. And for me, that's what matters. Like that's why I'm really excited for this one. Because if it's just a bigger mini, I'm already happy for it.
Do any of you guys have an RP4 on hand somewhere
do.
Yeah, I
for
got
a
one right here.
comparison?
Yeah. Would you like me to throw up on screen?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay,
there's
I'll grab it.
the gray shell RP4 just as a quick comparison, but to see them together, let's see. I think Rob
Yeah.
has.
I do. Got my
That's a great comparison. I don't know why I didn't think of that before.
Yeah.
I don't have an RP4 anymore.
God, it's
I'll
so
never
good.
get rid of
It,
it.
it lays flat on the ground, like on the table too. That's
Uh-huh.
another thing that always annoyed me about the Retroid
see,
Pocket
like,
3 and 4. You
I'm
know,
actually holding it up because
Put a Lego under it. That's what I do.
yeah, I always put like a microfiber cloth. on it.
I have the same little
Yeah.
tricks I do too.
You gotta make it look good on camera, man.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
That's always
I'll
the
tell
that's
you-
the challenge.
My first thought right now is like I'm just looking at my I haven't even turned it on yet. I'm looking at my Retroid Pocket Mini and I'm like, I'm never gonna touch the Mini again. Like this,
Yeah.
I really like this 5.
That's why I made sure to at least beat one game on the mini because I knew when I had the 5, I wasn't
It's
gonna look
done.
at it anymore. Based on that size comparison, Rob, it looks like the RP5 is the same size as the Odin 2 Mini.
What about the
Feels
people
very
who
similar.
really are in love with the RP Mini? I think it's just going to be your personal preference. We're not trying to say
Yeah.
today, the RP5. Forget about your Mini; it's garbage. Not at all. It's
Right,
it's.
right.
But our personal preferences are, me included. Now it's like the RP5 has better ergonomics overall, and if you have the black front glass on it, it's really going to hide that bezel if you want to do 4:3 content, anyways. So it's probably the one I'd go for if I only bought one.
Yeah, they're both
But
great. And
they have
but
their
I can
fans.
like just PSP is like one of my favorite systems of all time. I'm gonna wreck it on this thing. It's gonna be
We're s-
amazing.
Oh man,
It's got
we're
Android
saying that-
13, so like
Yeah.
Wii U can work on it. I'm never gonna show that, but
Russ,
I will,
or,
don't worry.
Rob
Thanks.
was doing it earlier on the stream here, and I was showing PSP. That's where we started our testing today. And dude,
Yeah.
PSP looks so good on here. That is
PSP.
definitely the use case that I
Great
prefer.
use case for this. Yeah.
Great
Dude,
use case.
I'm
Ultimate
always so
PSP.
amazed how good PSP looks when you upscale it. Like
Mhm.
Sony did such a good
Right?
job with those games, and it's so
I-
easy to map the second stick to actually get like dual stick setup with the controllers on PPSSP.
Yeah,
Like,
producer
yeah.
Sony, you did great. You did great building.
And in
GeForce
terms
Now.
of an emulator, that is probably one of the best emulators out there. I mean, PPSSPP is just unbelievable in terms
I
of
think
how well it
for
runs.
I would say it's like
It's crazy.
between PPSSPP and Drastic are probably like that's what you should aim for if you're making an emulator.
Absolutely, man. Right,
Yeah,
Rob.
the Odin 2 Mini definitely is thick.
Yeah.
She thick.
What do you got going on here on our game testing here?
So this is still ZZZ. I just left it on here, but I mean, we were having some comparisons going on. But yeah, you can see
Do you-
just look at how thick it is in comparison.
You gotta charge that battery, man.
I know. I'm bad about this.
Do you have Wii set up for Dolphin?
No. So
Okay.
if you have something else you want to show, I can add
Sure.
some of those requests.
I have GameCube ready to go on here. Russ, did you have any other intro thoughts you wanted to share?
No, I am just kind of I now turned it
Just
on. I'm just
touching
going to go
stuff.
through the setup because I'm not going to show that in the video. Yeah, I'm really happy. Like this is great.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I
I
like the weight.
it's funny though. I mean, I know I just downplayed the Retroid Pocket Mini, which I still think is an excellent little handheld. But it's like a different category for me. Like this is like pick up and play kind of size, whereas this is like the one size. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
golly, this is great.
Yeah.
It's really good.
5 years, 5 generations of Retroids. They really have made something cool here. I think it's not the most nostalgic or prettiest thing in the room, but function wise, oh my god,
Yeah.
that's kind of where I've been at with it so far.
Think
and I
about the
also
Retroid Pocket 1.
remember the one that
Think
brick
about the
with
one and where we
the
are
sharp
today.
corners. It just digs into your palm. That thing was rough.
Yeah.
And then the RP2 was nice, but that also was kind of a disappointment in the end. But it was really nostalgic looking. RP2 Plus improved on it. You get the touch screen, you get a little more power, and then RP2S was the final form of that device form factor. Before we switched over to the widescreens, the RP3, RP3 Metal, the Plus, the RP4, and then the Flip. Which the Flip unfortunately had a short lifespan and some hinge stuff going on. So we want a Flip 2. That's the other device I'd like to see next year is that Flip 2 with an OLED screen. Can you believe that? Get a clamshell with an OLED. Have we
Oh,
ever
yeah,
seen that
that'd be great.
before? My goodness. Let's test out some XR glasses before we move on to GameCube.
One other impression I'm having, I did not buy the Retroid Pocket 5. I didn't pre-order it because I was going to wait to the test one and see if I wanted to buy my own, and part of that was because I thought it was going to be too fancy. Like I was going to be like, oh, they made it like this glass front and
works.
everything. Retroids are toys,
Yeah.
This still feels like a toy to me. Like maybe it's because I have this color scheme, but I'm not getting that too fancy vibe, which is good.
It works. Look at that. It works. And it's doing widescreen. It looks
16 by
gorgeous.
9. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are the Veer Pro. No.
Light?
Veer lights. Yeah.
Yep.
Veer 1 lights. There's so many of these different glasses. The lights are nice. It's the cheapest entry model. The thing that why it's light, it doesn't have electronic dimming. So you actually need to, it comes with one of these physical dimmers. Pop it on there. Also have a prescription piece I can put in so it's sharper for my eyeballs, which you can get from them or from something like third-party lens company, which I'm going to be talking about soon as well. Yeah, this looks sharp, man. This is full screen resolution, OLED on these glasses, nice big screen. And yeah, this is how you play in bed at night so you don't disturb your partner, right? No lights shining in their face. Yeah, okay. External display. Good. And so just all the same, that's going to mean that I can dock this and run it through an external monitor, and we know that that's going to work now. Great that that works just right away. Aish, I'm going to pack your glasses up.
Get your video done.
Get my video done first.
Take your
Gotta kick
time.
my butt. No, because you keep saying take your time, and that was like 4, 5, 6 months ago, and I'm just going to keep putting it off. So I got it. I'm doing it. It's my next video.
Well, I mean, no pressure on anything.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I need the brand probably would like to see that video at some point in my
That
lifetime.
is true.
Where they're nice enough to not be like, "Where's our video yet?" 6 months later.
Wait, but you remember we're just shills. We just
Well, we're shills
do
on
that
the
for yeah.
on the chill factor. I need to make the videos faster. Yes.
Yeah. You can't shill if you can't make videos, man.
I know. There's just too many things to talk about, and XR glasses fall a little bit below, these headliner handhelds, right? This is prime time stuff.
But I do think when we start seeing like the budget category of XR glasses, it's gonna blow up.
Mm-hmm.
Because just think like how many people are getting into handheld PCs now. XR glasses turn that into an easy mobile PC. Like LAX XR glasses, get yourself a Bluetooth keyboard with a trackpad. You have a full computer with you with a huge battery.
Whatever you want, yeah. And we can get Winlater going on here too. And then imagine that. And it's just Android really is coming closer and closer to Windows, and all these handhelds are kind of blending together these days.
And the beautiful thing is we don't even need Android. Like we can run ROCKNIX, we can run Batocera,
Right?
like that's going to be amazing.
You said we don't even need Android, just as I was about to say Android is the future.
Aish is an Android guy.
I love Android.
And I used to be Android. I used to be an Android guy, and now I'm much more Linux. Honestly, if I'm being real basic, just give me an x86 Windows handheld because I can do everything on it, and I can load Android games on too. So
that's kind of where I'm falling into my handheld preferences. I think like if you could get two handhelds, you kind of said one x86, like a Steam Deck, or if you can get like a cheap Ally and an Android device, you're pretty much done. And if you really, really want to cover all your bases, get something like a 40XX for some vertical games like Game Boy Color, and you're pretty much going to be able to play every game out there.
Yeah.
No, very true. And so here I'm going to load up some Wii. This is Astro Boy. And I haven't set up controls yet. So I'm just going to show you just what the game looks like. And then I'm going to switch straight over to GameCube. I don't play much Wii on these handhelds, believe it or not. And part of the reason why is that so many, you have to configure the nunchuck and you got to configure all the things. And I never really played a ton of Wii to begin with. And so I tend to just do GameCube normally for my testing, but happy to do it for the stream here.
You can just pick games with a classic controller support. Like that's why I always do like Call of Duty 3, Modern Warfare 3. I'm sorry, it works. Sonic Colors has native controls. You can do with Resident Evil 4, the Wii edition, which is arguably the best version, but you lose the motion controls. So there's a few games you can do with the Wii without having to, rack your brain about how I'm going to get this to work.
Right. It's basically tricking it into using a GameCube controller.
Yeah, pretty much. Xenoblade has classic controller support too.
Rob, do you mind loading on that Sonic Colors game if you have it?
Yeah, I'm actually configuring things right now.
Nice. So I'm not going to get into gameplay on this. We're going to switch to Rob's feed in a few minutes, but there's just a quick look at a 16:9 Wii game. Now I'm going to get this going we want to do OpenGL, right? For the latest Dolphin build, Rob? OpenGL is preferenced.
Depends on the game.
It depends on that game. I
it's
usually
more
always switch to
stable.
Vulkan first and then go back to OpenGL, just depending on the game.
Oh,
See,
you
I do
start
the
with
opposite. I usually start with OpenGL, and then
That's
if a game
funny.
isn't working right, I'll go Vulkan instead. 'Cause
Really?
with like the Zelda games and the Mario games, OpenGL tends to work better.
Well, we're going to get hot and heavy here with Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader. And this is one that somebody requested from the Retroid Discord, actually, and they were asking, I guess they were running into some issues where having major graphical issues on the first part of the game.
See, the problem with that game is
just a...
I know it runs terribly on everything. I know it's not a great...
Yeah, like even on the Odin 2, once you hit the third stage, it gets really rough.
Well, we can at least look at 4x3 on this. If for nothing else. Yeah, and there's the drop. There's the first big drop.
Surprisingly, menus tend to be really demanding for some reason in a lot of games.
Why is that?
I have no idea, but I don't really judge performance off of the menus anymore. Even F-Zero, like you'll get like broken menus all the time, and then you get into the race and you max all the racers and you get in the hardest tracks and it runs fine.
Okay. I'm going to have to re-up my Dayquil here pretty soon.
Again?
Yeah.
We're gonna get your version of Zoo's ramble.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I was really bad at the start of the stream. I'm starting to get my wits about me now, but I'm fading.
One tip for people when they first get a Retroid product, after you've like gone through the setup and it brings you into Android and all that stuff, reset your device just one time, because
Really?
like you can't access the handheld settings within settings and Google Play Store. Like if you just try to immediately sign in, you'll get an error. And so it's just one of those quirks. It's been there since the Retroid Pocket 3. Most people just don't realize it, but yeah, you've got to do that one time.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Well, most people just reset the device, by the time they even go into those settings. But for us who are like, old hands at this stuff, yeah, it's one of those things you got to do.
Yeah. I guess when I run into issues, you're right. I kind of poke around and fix it and figure it out. But quickly doing a reset will just boom, you're done. You're good. I do remember this now. I think it was the RP3 maybe where it was like, oh, things aren't right after initial setup. And so they recommended doing a full reset.
Yeah,
it was after an OTA
written guide as well.
Yeah, it was after an OTA update. It's like go through, do the reset, so you get everything working right. Okay, yeah, check out Russ's written guide to retrogamecore.com.
I'm gonna have to update it now with this bad boy.
It's hard to go back and maintain all those guides. Every time something changes, you got to go back through everything, and we're starting to do guides more on our site now too, and it's something to keep up with.
I'll just guide people to your guys' sites.
Well, thank you.
That works. We're all kind of a conglomeration now of, content creation machines.
It is funny how like we all point to each other's videos or just guides or whatever just to help everybody out, because it really just benefits the whole community. Like that's the whole thing.
Right. That's what I was going to say. It's a community.
Yep. As like a whole, we all sort of come together, and you can get everything you generally need just from different individuals. So it's really cool to see.
Always recommend watching, multiple content creators when you want a full opinion on something, because nobody's going to have the exact same thoughts as somebody else.
Totally. Okay, I'm in the Google Play Store. I'm just downloading, updating apps and stuff. Yeah, I could probably push through tonight and like make a preview video for tomorrow, but I want an extra day for the quality. And so I'm going to release mine on Sunday, even though I do have like a full day today to work on it.
And there's actually a number of first look videos out now, believe it or not. There was a small channel. I forgot the name now. He had like 150 subs or something, and he put up a first thing this morning. I haven't watched the video yet, but it's really cool to see. Those small channels, man, are great for this, because you're really going to get just that raw take potentially, where
I just feel like each channel kind of prioritizes different things.
Right.
Like everybody has things that they want out of a handheld, and it's really hard to not project that onto the content you're making.
Ooh,
like for me,
guys.
I like looking at. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Like I like looking at performance benchmarks and buttons. That's my biggest thing. So that's what I'm mostly going to talk about.
There's the stream right now, and there's my video from earlier. And
I'm surprised by Winlater videos there.
Dude, you went crazy on the Mini.
His video should come up. I want to show his record.
I guess because I put 5.
What's that one?
That makes sense.
First test, Ryan Retro. That's the channel, Ryan Retro.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. I saw that on Reddit today. And he's already got 1,700 views too. Yeah, good job, man. Just keep on. I'm gonna go check out that channel. Maybe we can have him on the podcast.
Notice that Retroid has been kind of reaching out to people a lot more for review units.
Yeah, and I think it's if you email them early on.
I think it's good for them. Like they used to be super hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, they're a little easier now.
I think everything up to Retroid Pocket 4 was ones that I purchased myself, and then I think on the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, maybe they sent it a little early, and that was it.
So we're getting some slowdown here. Let's take a look at where I'm at settings wise. This is the latest Play Store version of Dolphin, the beta, and we're doing OpenGL 4.3 forced right now because I really wanted to show that. Internal resolutions just at a 1x native, but classically, this is a game that runs like dog poop on everything.
Try switching to Vulkan and check the hacks.
Okay, let's do Vulkan.
It's one of those games that still required some
Mhm.
level of tweaking. It's just the emulation itself. It's
So
just,
here's
Mhm.
any hacks you'd recommend.
I don't remember specifically what I do with this one. I'd have to look.
There's
so-
one at the bottom. What's it called? The VP something.
ABI skip.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
VPI skip might help. And then if
Also,
not, you-
shaders too. The shaders for this game need to be changed a lot of times.
yeah, you can also, if all else fails, try to drop the emulated CPU clock to 60%, so you can use the built-in frame skip for the game.
Aish, shut your beautiful mouth. You already fixed it. Look at this.
Oh, there you go.
60
Well,
FPS.
I don't want to rain on.
I
I
know.
don't want to rain on your parade. But so
Uh,
you got to bring up the other stats because the VBI skip really just kind of smooths out the gameplay
Mhm.
at the expense of desyncing it from the audio.
Is
And so
there
if you go into the settings, into graphics, and then under statistics, you can then enable all this stuff, and then there's one that'll actually show you whether or not it's running at full speed, not the frames per second, because that can be
Oh, well,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
is
say.
there a-
We're
is
not
there a-
done yet.
is there a difference? Feels full speed to me now. Like, does it matter in a experiential?
it'll
way?
sound full speed too. It's just it's all about how you enjoy your games, right?
Yeah.
There are some people who are like, it's gotta sync, it's gotta be,
No,
there.
see, to
And then
me,
there's
we're
others
at it.
who-
To me,
Yeah.
I would
There's-
stop
yeah.
here and I would just keep enjoying the game. For me,
And for most people, I would say do that. Like honestly, if the game's feeling fine, my advice for a lot of people is don't turn on the FPS counters unless you really want to benchmark things and are that obsessed about
Yeah.
it. If the game's running fine, don't look at that stuff. You just enjoy the game because
we are-
you will spend hours trying to get this stuff to run like cycle accurate, and you're not going to get there.
yeah, and we're coming up at 3 hours now almost, and I'm at 13% battery life, and so this thing has been sipping battery. It's been really nice, and we've been pushing it. This thing is very warm now. We're still at standard performance mode too, and the fan is off. So we're actually going to put this fan in sport mode for myself because I like a nice, cool handheld. I really don't like it when they get warm. It bothers me a bit. I have to say though that the rumble and vibration, it's very nuanced in here, and that aspect feels awesome. Awesome. I like haptics. I like that feedback in rumble, and that feels really good.
Oh, that's a nice backplate.
Oh yeah, take a
missed
look.
that.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
So it's a
Aish,
matte backplate.
gotta
It's
always
not
admire
in
the
fingerprints.
backside.
It feels high quality. It feels good, and you get this very satisfying gritty texture on those bump outs. And look at this; they also added grit now to both L1 and R1 and R2. All that.
Where have I seen this design?
Hmm.
I don't. I can't put my finger
I
on it.
wonder. Hmm.
I feel like I've held something very similar.
Hmm. Oh, that's right.
Don't say it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so there's a little GameCube for you. What other requests did I see in here? Let's dig into some questions here. We still have a bunch. Sonic Colors, Rob, do you happen to have that?
I do.
Oh, let's do that.
Sonic's
Look at
very
that.
bored, waiting patiently.
Yeah. That's a beautiful game for that screen.
Time. Let's go. Guys, I am needing some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm
this one runs
actually-
at native 30 frames per second.
Mhm.
So just for anyone watching, 30 frames per second is what the target is.
So I'm actually on 2x for right now. I mean, I don't know how it performs later on in the levels, but yeah, this is
That game is usually pretty steady all the way. There's a lot going on like all the time anyway.
this. I
Yeah.
have to say the colors look fantastic. It's just like,
Yeah.
The colors
ran
on
on the
Sonic
Mini look
Colors.
great.
yeah, this is really nice.
I think that's like one of the few Sonic games I've played that I'm like, oh, this is really fun.
Yeah,
Sonic Colors
I do
is
like that
great.
one.
Actually, even like the DS version is really good too.
So let me rephrase that. This is one of the only Sonic 3D games that I've played
Right.
that I've thought, oh, this is really fun. I don't want to trigger anybody. People already think I hate Sega as it is.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, usually this spot is where you'll see slowdowns.
Mhm.
You go on the glide part. That's usually what I show off. And then, yeah, attacking all these dudes. And then
This is
after that,
awesome.
you'll get back onto another, you'll go to 2D mode, and that will often show some slowdowns too.
This is such a fun game though. Like if you just play it and you're blasting the music, it's just a good time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is great. Colors are amazing.
Yeah, I heard about this game from ETA Prime because he would sometimes show it in his videos, and this one really did check out. Like he used to always show Auto Modelista. That game is so hard. Like I don't like playing that game. It looks cool.
I
but
suck at that game. I don't know how to control the car.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just blowing through this stage right now.
The second stage is a lot less fun though, but this first one's a great intro to the game.
Also, just visually, it's really nice to look.
If only Sonic Adventure could be like this.
There it is.
This is a maybe a hot take or not. I got a D. All right. It may be a hot take, but Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are pretty janky games. As much as I have fond memories of playing it
at all. Like,
yeah, they're so janky.
I do remember there was a kid. Like when I first saw that game, I was blown away. I was like, "Wow! Like these games look amazing now." But I go back to them and I'm like, "This isn't that good," and the camera is just terrible.
Yeah, well, I remember like the camera that really messes me up.
Yeah,
the Dreamcast launch in Sonic Adventure, and I was like, "Yeah, this is amazing seeing Sonic like this." But those games are just so janky.
The GameCube version is better, but still, it still has that earlier 3D Sonic jank.
Yeah, and speaking of Sonic Colors, the DS version is also really cool and well worth checking out. That one's actually a lot of fun. Yeah, there's a lot of like these kind of weird versions of games that like got kind of redone for other consoles, like DS, and they're actually really interesting to look at. Yeah.
It's like you sell 100. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Rob, for PS2, which version of Nether SX2 did you test with? 3668 or 4248?
4248. That's the one I've been using consistently. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one I was gonna try as well.
Yeah. That one's been pretty solid for me.
68 all day, Nether Classic. My go-to.
I mean, it's better for Sly Cooper, but I found like generally every other game's better. And
same.
So,
I had a better experience with Jack and Daxter 3 on Classic 2 than on 4248. But yeah, if you try to play like any of the Snowblind Engine games, you have to use that one. And if you're on like the Odin 2, I just power through whatever. But I still like to have this as much overhead as possible. Yeah. And I'm stubborn. Like I should probably just give it another go. I'm stuck in my ways.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna use 4248. I hate that we can't have both installed at the same time. That's always
which is surprising. I'm surprised they haven't. There's like a trick, I guess, where you can fool into thinking it's a different app. And I'm surprised that no one has taken it and rebuilt it to do that, because you can do that. Like, for example, like with Winlator, you can have like a benchmark version, but it's just a different version of Winlator, and you can have both of them installed and compare performance. So it would be nice to be able to have both installed and just compare.
Isn't the dev for Nether working on an actual port of
PCSX2? Yes, correct. That would be awesome. Yeah, that'd be great. Let me see. I got some PS2 on here. Let me see if I can pull some up for us. I know Most Wanted was one that someone asked for, so let me see if I can pull that up.
What about
there are some games tricky.
Did you do Vita 2K? I never actually tried that on this chipset yet.
So Stubbs was having a lot of issues with Vita 3K. He was trying to play up PlayStation All Stars, and it just kept crashing on him. And so we just said, okay, let's move on to the next thing, because it's just we don't want to take up time with that. Yeah, it's crazy because Vita 3K hasn't seen an update in a while, and it's it's slow going. Yeah, it's been a while.
I feel like there's just not that much demand for Vita 3K right now.
It's a shame because there actually are cool games on the Vita that we can't play unless we have those Vita versions on Android. So like that's always the way I look at these things.
Just get a Vita, bro.
I got a Vita. It's right there.
I do too. I at least once a week I'll go and pick it up just to hold it, and then I put it right back.
Yeah,
just to admire it.
It's charged.
how Sony made this amazing device and said we're never going to make another one again. No follow up to it, and give it no support either.
Are they still doing that x86 version, like their portable PS4 thing? Have they said anything about that anymore?
We'll see. I haven't heard
so
anything,
cool.
but that would be great.
That would be very cool to see. Okay, so
I mean, they're already porting their games to PC anyway. Just make a Sony handheld PC.
I know. Yeah. Okay, I've got all my emulators installed, putting in my mini SD card. I'm gonna clone this card and then use that way I can do both at the same time. But
so I'm working on getting Need for Speed on screen for us, so we can kind of check that out and see how the performance is. I think we lost Stubbs to the toilet potentially.
Yeah,
Probably.
One thing I would mention too. I think that people watching probably know, but I had some issues with Nintendo recently, and one of the things I've tried to avoid just any Nintendo IP, even on like a front end. Like I don't even want Mario to show up. So people have made non-Nintendo themes that I can use, and so I think it's one of the coolest things about this whole community thing, is that there are people who are just like, yeah, let's take out Nintendo and show other IP and stuff. So once I have this set up, I'll show you on Emulation Station. There's an option where it just doesn't show Nintendo, and I think it's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Is it like the non-Nintendo version?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's
non-Nintendo.
awesome. I'm just gonna do a full Switch showcase with only Mario.
Do it.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna start the Pokemon section, the Mario section, and finish with the Zelda section. RP5, the ultimate Zelda machine.
Yeah, it's been so weird to not show Nintendo content. I mean, it had me really rethink like the games I'm showing and what I want to show and how we can still convey the same message, but just not use Nintendo games.
Yeah. The scary part is even if Nintendo doesn't go after you, there's trolls that might do it anyway.
Right.
You guys talking about
definitely made me think more about just how we present things. You know what I mean? I get it. We're talking about Nintendo IP stuff.
Oh,
I was talking about how in Emulation Station people have made themes that just don't have Nintendo IP on it now, and it's
fair.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's good that they've done that. Makes it a little easier. I'm just eating a baked potato. Very hungry.
So, what do you guys think? Is this the exact same screen as the 556?
No, I don't think so. We were doing
better or worse
earlier. Rob, what do you have? You have them there in person. What do your eyeballs think?
So I mean, what we were talking about is 556, and in terms of brightness, it looks like the top end is similar. It's a little bit cooler, a cooler temperature on the 556 display, and I guess the scaling is a little bit different, like the way they just handle it. So that's just how they handle the Android build of their own. But it's hard to say. I mean, they're both really good panels. I don't know for sure. I don't want to say.
That's a solid answer then. Like if you can't tell which one's better than the other, then that's good enough.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So let's see. What do we have next?
Do we have any? I am not familiar with Most Wanted on PS2. Is there any like recommendations for settings or little tricks? Because right now I'm on native, and you can see like on the main screen, it's a little bit slow. Yeah. It's like 50 frames or so.
The menus are terrible in this game, regardless. So it's one of those we got to get to the game. Okay. There are settings that I've used. Oh gosh, it's ironic, but I wrote them down in a Retro Dodo video comment because people were like, "Did someone test this game, please?" And it was on the Retroid Pocket Mini. I said, "Sure," and then I tested it. Well, actually, I can pull it up on this.
Wait, was that Burnout?
No, Need for Speed Most Wanted. Oh, you're talking about for Russ. Okay.
Yeah, for Russ. Because I remember seeing you comment on a Dodo video, and I was about to comment too, and then I saw you were there. And I was like, I'm just gonna keep going.
It was for both those games. They asked about both. So they said for Burnout Revenge, after you crash, like a few minutes later, the game will just tank. And I wasn't seeing that with the Retroid Pocket Mini. And then they asked me about my Need for Speed Most Wanted settings, and so I told them I'm using the same SD card for this right now, so I can't jump into my Mini and look at the settings, but I can in a moment.
Nice.
After this is done downloading a new theme.
I thought
Guys,
the menu
we're-
wasn't good for PS2.
We're at 950 watchers right now. So hello everyone out there. That's a pretty big number for us. 50 more people will crack 1K on the stream, which would be nuts.
Somebody like most of those are on other platforms, by the way, because I'm only seeing 575 on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah. So we're co-streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now.
So if you want to get, we can do some Need for Speed Most Wanted if you guys want. I'm at native resolution right
Let's
now.
do it. Yeah, let's do
In-game
it, man.
seems to be good so far. I just, let's go ahead.
Here's Rob, the Retro Tech Daddy, playing a little bit Need for Speed Most Wanted on PS2.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Hey.
I love how good you are at centering the screen.
Oh,
I do that too.
It's almost like you do this professionally.
Yeah, I mean, in game, this is pretty good at 1x right now. So we'll get a cutscene to go. So those menus are pretty rough, though, for sure.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like for some reason, menus are just not optimized at all.
I don't know why that's the case, though. It's weird. But it's not a deal breaker because it's like in the 50s. So again, it's just one of those quirks with the emulator itself.
It's cinematic.
Not bad.
No, I mean I've not seen it dip yet. So that's pretty solid. I mean the goal again is for me always at least native resolution to get going here for PS2.
Let me know if you see a dip when you go off like a ramp.
Okay. If I could find a ramp.
Yeah, I want to see Rob go off the rails. We don't get to see that very often.
I mean, still waters run deep, my friend. It's gonna happen one day.
Yeah. Everyone gets one.
Yeah. It's gonna catch Rob an off day and it's gonna be bad.
I think those sun effects is a good demonstration right there too. You know, show the setting sun and it still was playing full speed. That's great.
That's usually a killer on PS2.
Yeah.
Look at the ray tracing, bro.
Oh shit.
That's normal slowdown for anybody viewing that.
I'm in
part of the game.
I'm
yeah,
in
it's
the,
part of the game.
Yeah. I was just doing it to take the turn.
Mm-hmm.
I need to play this game more.
Nothing right now. I haven't not seen it dip.
You guys remember the soundtrack, the awesome soundtracks in these racing games from this era, like 2000,
especially Underground, where you start.
Dude, Underground on GameCube was mind blowing. Like the graphics on that game.
Underground is like one of my favorites.
So good. Yeah, like what is it? 2003 through 2009, epic time for game soundtracks. Oh my god.
Yeah,
and it was around the Fast and Furious like Tokyo Drift days.
Yeah,
good times.
I mean,
nice.
It's pretty nice,
So here's the theme I was talking about. You know how it's like changed, and so now going through, there's no Marios anywhere. So they've got it all set up. I've already added all my games and stuff. But yeah, no Marios, and so it's no Nintendo IP. It's showing other things instead. And I think that's great. Like Banjo gets some time. It's amazing. So I just really think it's cool from the community to do that. And you can go into UI settings, and there's like theme variant. Or no, not theme color scheme. And from there, you can change it out. And there's one that says original screenshot. So if I change it back, and then
that's really cool. That's an option.
See, we got those dudes there now. So yeah, you can go back and forth between the two. You can have the classic kind of plumbers, or you can just get, something else. I love it. So super cool of the community to do that. We lost Stubbs.
Again,
just eating my potato. Really good. You guys ever have just a really
I thought you said you're feeding your potato.
That's my dog Lucy. She's a potato dog as well. No, she's an adorable pug. I just am enjoying just a really good baked potato that I made for lunch. So that's about all.
Beans and cheese on it, like the British do.
Yeah, I should. Just a little bit of butter and salt and pepper.
There you go.
Oh, it's nothing's better in life. You got to get your starch, everybody. You got to get your
starchy carbs. They are delicious.
Starchy carbs. Okay, a Green Protagonist says, if Retroid made a proper desktop docked mode, we could get identical experience docked between the Mini and the 5. Any of y'all have their ear? I mean, a little bit, right? I mean, we share feedback with these brands. Russ, I think you've had some direct feedback with Retroid about things like this.
Yeah, the issue is that it's the emulator developers, like and Android. If you're just talking about the Android side, you know what I mean? Like Dolphin is a great example where you'll have to use different controller profiles between using in handheld and then docked mode and whatnot. Now, a proper desktop mode is something that maybe Retroid could work on, but whether or not the emulator would work well with whatever they come up with is going to be kind of a crapshoot. And so I think that when you're talking about a seamless docked to handheld experience, that's where Batocera and ROCKNIX and those Linux distributions are going to come into play, because they have more control over the OS and the experience and everything else. And it's already kind of set up like that with Emulation Station. And so that's where I would want to do that. You know, your performance won't be there in certain aspects, you know, like you're not gonna be able to emulate certain consoles as well on the Linux side compared to Android, at least right now, due to development concerns. But that's what I would do. If I wanted a seamless transition to be able to jump in and out of a Super Nintendo game or whatever, that's what I would probably use instead of Android.
Yeah, Linux is definitely where it's going to be at for that like home console experience. Android is just versatile. Like right now, from what we have available, I think Android is the best option if you want to get higher in emulation. But if somebody actually does the development work to get, you know, a proper OS running, it could be really cool. Like pretty much like a Steam Deck. You just drop it in the dock and you're good to go.
Have we found any PS2 emulation hiccups so far in this? I haven't found any surprises. You know, nothing's different here than
there will
on the
be.
Mini.
Like if you, compared to the Mini, I thought you just in general. Like
well, you're in general.
Yeah, you're gonna have some issues. Like the Jack and Daxter games are pretty notorious for having certain like graphical issues when you load them up, like the eyes being blacked out and stuff like that.
Yeah, and SSX3 today in the stream, we actually saw like the background.
Yeah,
the background was blacking out. So yeah,
and that's just the emulator itself. There's not much that can be done there.
I always mention that, and some people get mad in the comments when I say like, hey, the problem right now is the state of the emulator itself, not a lack of power. Because even if you have a very powerful handheld like the Odin 2, or even if you had a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, you're still going to run into those exact same issues because it's an emulator problem. It's not a lack of power. You can get around most of them, but some games are just going to be broken.
Yeah. So someone asked, what is the easiest handheld for docked gameplay right now? I would say it would be a handheld PC, because it's already like Windows is already kind of set up for that, and the Steam Deck works well in that regard as well. That's if you want something seamless, you want a Switch-like experience, it's got to be a handheld PC
or mod the Switch
for it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually modded mine not too long ago, and I put Android on it, my Switch, and it's great because even in Android mode, you can still dock it, and the Joy-Cons all still work individually. So you can just do that, and in Switch mode, you can still emulate up to decently well, like PlayStation 1 and some N64 games. But on the Android side, you can get up to PS2 and N64.
Yeah, man.
The
One X Fly is my favorite, really, to dock right now. Not only because it's such a nice portable machine just to play, but actually I'll get it out real quick.
Yeah, the One X Fly.
Yeah, I mean, I showcased 50 games,
and I blame Aish for getting me. I blame Aish for bringing this up so many times in the podcast.
Was I wrong?
You're not. No, dude, it's so good. This is the most powerful handheld I have too, which is funny. It's also the smallest Windows handheld. But this one docked it's gorgeous, and you can really make use of the 7840U and push it to its full extent. And there's that new Pro model coming out with that OLED screen, which might be my favorite Windows handheld if the MSI Claw 8 AI thing, doesn't work out. Which I have a feeling that one's going to probably be my baby. Unfortunately, no OLED screen. And now we're kind of getting spoiled with OLED screens across these lines. So
I remember Aish was so sad to mail that one back to me.
Dude, oh man, it's such a good handheld. The software wasn't the best, but I'm sure it's better.
Typical One X thing.
Exactly. But just the actual experience of holding it, and for the software, you just use like handheld companion and you'll be fine.
Yeah. So I think this for portability for Windows handhelds, Claw for speakers and Steam Deck OLED for that OLED screen. But we need to get an OLED, high-end handheld here for
I'm
Windows.
still about the LAX, man. Like,
So the Pro,
I have the Legion Go
Yeah.
now, and I
Oh, an
was
LAX.
really into the Go, but some of the issues just kept bringing me back to the LAX.
The
And with
LAX
LAX, for the most part, I load a game and I play it.
it's the most stable. It's the most
Yeah.
stable of the options, and it's the
Mhm.
most comprehensive. But it's not. It's a jack of all trades, but maybe a master of none beyond battery life for me. So
I need to get the grips Russ showed in his
You gotta
video.
get those
saw
grips.
Dude, I gotta get those.
I have-
those in black.
Yeah.
I have that dude's grips, but for my Legion Go, I have that version of it,
Mm.
and they're awesome. I haven't
Yeah.
tried it for the LAX. I have this.
I
I have the
I like the
JSAW
grips
mod case.
as they are, and the Legion Go. Like the Legion Go in general doesn't bother me. I feel like it's comfortable enough. But the LAX, yeah, dude, when you're trying to hold it in bed, it's a little, not thin, but it's not bumpy enough.
Right.
And I just wish the screen was a little bigger. Like if we had an 8-inch screen, that's it. That'd be my handheld. I'm
Well,
done.
Zotac
Have a good time.
Zotac Zone is bringing us a bigger screen with an OLED, but
I don't know what's going on with the Zotac Zone.
But it's kinda-
good.
released,
it's
not
dead-
released. It's just
it's dead in the
Yeah.
water kind of. It released in Europe to no fanfare.
barely.
and-
Like, what's going on over there?
When I was in Taipei, Taiwan earlier this year, they were all like, "Yeah, we're gonna get you a review unit. We're gonna follow up on social media. We're gonna get we're gonna get this out there." And then all of a sudden, they killed all their promotion for the West.
Yeah,
It's just in
weird.
Europe.
It's just
Never heard from them again. I don't know what's going on with the Zotac Zone. I mean, the Fox and I were already. I have that video listed somewhere where we just kind of spend 10 minutes with the pre-production model and just, dude, the Fox carry just ripped that thing. He was like, "This
Yeah.
thing's this thing's useless." I was like, "But OLED screen, but look at these buttons." And
You guys I don't know if you guys remember when we were talking about it on like with all of the in our chat, and I was like, it's gonna be dead on arrival. I forgot who it was. Like, no, it could be this and that. I'm like, no, I think it's great. I think it looks like an awesome device, and they're doing some cool things, but it's too late to the market.
yeah, Netflix. I was in Taiwan earlier this year. We have a bunch of videos. Oh, check out my LAX final review video. That one I give the story of going there, and I share lots of YouTuber stuff. It's fun. And these guys, we're all going to go probably see each other, I guess, next at the MSI event or CES. But we have more trade shows coming up. We'll share our
I
experiences.
am very curious to see the new MSI Claw.
That's in December.
Lunar Lake is going to be interesting to me just to see how. it
Yeah,
performs.
I'm less than 100 views away from being able to go to CES as media. So
What?
go watch my videos, guys.
Oh yeah,
100 views.
I'm less than
100
100 views
views.
away from
Don't-
qualifying.
Don't subscribe to Aisha's channel, but just watch the videos.
Just watch
and
them.
then
Just go
subscribe.
watch whatever video. As soon as it hits that 40K views a month,
What's-
I'm good to go for CES as media, and I'll go. 'Cause
Okay.
I made it a point to myself, like I want to go, like as with my own channel.
Hmm.
So to average, you need to get at least 40,000 views average, and I'm at 39.9 something.
So help this dude come out. We can hang out at CES and get into some trouble.
and put him
At
in the
Aish.
closet again.
Fox Tech.
Hey man, that was a big closet, all right?
Yeah. So here's the
Aish.
deal.
Kept
Last
you
year
safe
we
from
had,
Zoo. It kept you
we
safe
had-
from
Hey,
Zoo.
it
That's all
did.
that mattered.
It kept me safe from Raven from everybody.
we had Russ and I sharing a California king bed. But we had pillow dividers down the
Yeah,
middle.
we had a pillow, like a moat between us.
So- and you said don't cross sides.
It's only
But-
weird if you make eye contact.
But I did peek over on his side a few times. Like, what you playing over there? He's playing a little Game Boy before bed. Or you were reading or something. You were
can't
reading.
remember.
You weren't
It
even
was
gaming. You
cute,
were
it
reading.
was
I was gaming.
adorable, like looking at you guys, like Russ is like reading
And
or doing
Like
something.
a married couple.
and like a married couple, and Stubbs is over there like huddled up on the side, like trying to get comfy. I was like, oh, that's heart.
Like, why
And
won't
then-
he give me any attention? You know.
And then from across the room, we had Aish sleeping in the closet.
No,
The
so
master
it was
closet.
the master
like
bedroom. and there
like
was a
your
huge
newborn child.
bathroom. Yeah, there was a huge bathroom with a giant walk-in closet that's like a third of the size of my bedroom right now. And I walk in there and there's a mattress on the floor, and I'm like, I'm sleeping here. Like, this is my spot now. I got a fan, put an extension cord. I was good to go.
We were all sharing that one bathroom, so it's
Yeah.
like to not catch each other, in the wrong mode. We would say, "All right, I'm using it. All right, close the door." But unfortunately, we had Zoo 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, just show up in the room without any pants on. So it gets crazy at these trade shows. Everybody, that's where we all get off the internet and actually meet in person and do in person things. So it's a whole different vibe. But
Yeah, it was a great
we'll
time though.
report back. All right, what are we doing? Oh, we were doing an RP5 live stream, everybody. Let's see. Rob, what do you got loaded up here?
I finished the race, so
Good job.
what would you
Proud
like
of
for me to do?
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
somebody
Yes,
asked
sir.
earlier, how does that game hold up at 2x? And I kind of want to know too. Do you mind just running a race really quick at 2x?
Yeah, let's go for it. I can just
Because I think most people are gonna want to push their games at least like 1.5 or 1.75, so they look a little bit nicer.
so let's go.
For Green Protagonist asking about Win Later, yeah, I do want to do some content about it, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. I do want to.
Netflix for it's so funny to hear you guys how you guys scared a room. That shows how you are doing okay as streamers, but not crazy good. It
Shared, I think shared a room.
Yeah.
Oh, shared a room. Yeah.
I don't
Shared
think
a room?
people think this pays a lot more than it actually does.
Yeah.
We're not over here eating caviar, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I have
that
a
Redford
day
chill
job.
money
We all-
doesn't go
we all
that
have
far.
a day job basically, so it's
Yeah.
we have day jobs. Russ, I know, is retired now, and so does this. But you have that military background, the pension probably that helps out a bit too. And so it's like,
Yeah.
none of us make solely our money from this venture here. This is really a passion project. We do it for fun. It's fun to have this little side business, of course, for us over here, and we enjoy the hobby pays for itself for the most part now, and our costs are covered, for operating the whole operation here. But we don't really have money to splurge on things like our own hotel rooms or anything like that. We still share costs wherever possible. We really share devices between each other a lot too, and so we're not able to buy everything. So it's a
First
nice little
drop.
niche. But the main thing that drives us all here, I would say, not to speak for you guys, but it's the passion just for this hobby that kind of is the core driving factor.
I'm just here for
Yeah.
the money.
Yeah, Aish is here just to get those dollar
Yeah, I'm
dollar
just here for the
bills.
money, dude.
You want to make a lot of money, you got to team up with, you got to do a Temu sponsorship every video,
Oh,
raid Shadow Legends money, and I don't know, what can you shill the data frog? I guess no, not a lot of money in that.
You want to make more money? Start a reaction channel.
Yeah.
I did, but
Yeah,
it
just
gets,
start react on everything. Don't read the comments. Just react on every single thing that happens, and you're gonna start pulling in views.
so I just started reacting just to music that I like, and it did do well in views, but the comments are even crazier than Retro Handheld's world comment. I wasn't prepared for how insane the comments would be.
Yeah.
And it eventually
I've
kind of
seen
wore
lately
me
I've seen
down.
people reacting to like sports talk shows
Mhm.
where they'll play the episode of like Fox Sports and they're just reacting to what the commentators are saying. So they're uploading like 4 or 5 videos a day. They already have like thousands of videos up in like a month or two, and they go from 0 to like 20,000 subscribers in no time just doing that.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I jumped subscribers really fast. I'm growing on that channel much faster than this channel, but I don't understand it at all, and also it's not fun anymore at all for
No,
me. It's
yeah.
like all of a sudden chasing the grind of, okay, they want to hear more of this genre, they want to hear more Viking metal, and that's not really my thing. I just wanted to talk about like the new Linkin Park song and some old Fleetwood Mac songs, and just put it up for maybe people in my life who might want to hear about that stuff. And it became overtaken, very popular, but I just quit making videos for it. And I said, nope, this is too weird. I'm going to go back to handhelds, focus on this, get these videos done. I might do
Yeah,
another
so
one, but
I just want to.
they are successful. It was the fastest and easiest I've ever seen an idea take off.
I'm not joking. If
Awesome.
you're charismatic, if you can talk on a mic, you start a reaction
Oh.
channel, you're probably gonna do okay.
See,
Yeah,
You're
but
not
if
gonna,
you-
like,
that's
really
why I
succeed in
do.
everything,
That's why I do
but-
those pretty close-ups. I have to make up
Yeah.
for it, somewhere. So.
Yeah.
But on like a music
Hero.
reaction channel, you get copyright claims on every single video, pretty
it's
much.
so annoying to deal with.
So I'd have to
couldn't even
react to,
imagine.
other stuff, right? And it's so I don't know. It feels pretty bottom of the barrel, but I know there's probably money in it, right?
You could start a reaction channel on other handheld YouTubers.
Just react to the other YouTubers.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with what I'm doing for now. It's not,
I
again,
think you're doing good with that.
we're not rich or anything, but
Yeah,
we have fun and
It's
this feels
enjoyable,
good.
though. It's fun.
It's
I
enjoyable.
really enjoy it. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that the PS2 footage that we just saw for Need for Speed Most Wanted was a 2x, and I only had one drop
2x. Okay.
in that whole race.
Nice.
So,
That's great.
nice.
Max
I'm actually
X.
surprised. I'm surprised.
Max X, thank you for the super chat. You also wanted to hear about the RG5. A lot of people are asking about this today. We've actually covered this 3 times on the stream so far.
It's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
It is fair. Yeah, and but what's our perspective so far?
I mean, performance uplift alone,
Performance. Yeah.
for sure. The Snapdragon 865 is going to be much better than what you're getting with the T820. I mean, in some cases, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we looking at in terms of performance? Like just in numbers wise, like double in some cases.
I think it was almost 4 times actually.
Wow.
It's a pretty big difference.
Too. Yeah, in synthetic benchmarks at least,
I forget my numbers. That's why like it's been a blur.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
let me see, I
sticks-
should have them here. Like,
the sticks.
Like I know I
on
have it in
the-
my mini video, but I'm like, I
Right.
don't just don't
The big-
remember.
The big thing too is that it's it's a Snapdragon chip, which just has much wider compatibility and
Yes,
efficiency
100%.
compared to the Dimensity chips and the Unisoc chips and all that stuff. And
Mhm.
so there's an intangibility there as well when it just comes to the experience of playing these games. It's a lot better.
I was
Mr.
blown
Six-Eyed.
away by looking at the battery performance on the Mini with the 865 versus like the Pocket
Right.
4 Pro, which had a bigger battery but had worse battery life. So
so
that's a perfect
for
example of that.
from the T820, like single core performance in Geekbench 6, it got an 868, and the D1100 and the RP4 Pro got 1127, and
Wow.
then the 865 and the Mini for single core. Where'd you go? I opened up the wrong one. Give me 1 second here. I have it. Here it is. For single core, the 865 and the Mini got 1220.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's about 400 point jump in single core performance.
Yeah.
From the 820
I
to
remember
this
the
one
GPU
with way better
performance
drivers.
being big too.
And what test is that? That's through Geekbench or
Geekbench 6, yeah. On
Okay.
the
I always do 3D Mark, so I'm not.
I have
familiar
3D
with
Mark
those,
II.
but it's
Let me
Yeah.
open this one up. Where'd it go?
Yeah,
Second.
Geekbench is good for CPU, 3D Mark good for GPU, and then like Antutu
Yeah.
is just nice for the overall perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
But I
So
think the GPU
for-
performance alone was probably
Yeah.
I'd be significant there. I remember that also.
Right.
So actually, GPU perform well for not from the 820 though, because here
let
we
me
go.
s-
I do have it from the 820. Where'd it go? GPU OpenGL the 820.
So you guys are all nerding out on you guys are all nerding out on specs over here. You're
Well, like,
really
it-
deep in it. But
Well, the thing is, some people like the numbers.
Rob,
It
I
doesn't
know, but
always.
Rob-
Oh, well, hold on. It doesn't
Okay.
always translate to real world. That's why. That's just one part of the picture. But
Yeah, that's
think
what I was
in
gonna say.
general, yeah, like
Mhm.
think just Snapdragon in general will translate better than what you're seeing with
Yeah.
the MediaTek stuff and Unisoc.
Because like
stuff,
for
yeah.
example, on Geekbench, if you look at the GPU scores for the D1100 and the 865, the 865 sorry, the D1100 actually scores better, but then
Right,
you go into
exactly.
wildlife and the 865 like does way better in everything than
Yep.
the D1100. It's just better drivers. So GPU
so
wise,
I-
you might not see a huge jump. Sorry, go ahead.
Eh,
Russ.
Yeah, so I pulled them up on my video. So I got a 528 with the Retroid Pocket 2S, 2040 with the RG Cube, and then which is the same processor as the 556, and then the Retroid Pocket Mini was 4,675, so
Yep.
over double
Yep.
from the T820 in wildlife at least. So.
Mhm.
Can I talk?
And no, by the way,
Yeah, sorry.
no, you can't because
No.
someone in chat says they really want to hear Aish talk. So see, we like numbers. Numbers are fun. They're
I know,
Numbers are
visual.
but
good.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Nice.
You can
One
say
thing.
whatever you want on your stream.
It's
Go
your
ahead.
stream, dude.
You guys, I'm gonna let you guys go full geek mode here in a second. But the sticks. is the biggest difference
Right.
to me between the two, and the
Oh.
reason why I didn't keep my 556. Yes, I know Gamma has a fix that mostly fixes the sticks, but at the end of the day, those sticks are just not enjoyable to use. And sticks, when you're talking about these sorts of handhelds, are such an important thing, and that's why
There's a way around that. There's a way
Okay.
around that, by the way. I
Okay.
finally found a way to make the sticks on the 556 not suck as much for range of motion. So if you get a set of Gully Kit switch Hall stick replacements, those actually have removable caps, just like the ones from Retroid do. So you can actually pull those up a little bit, so they're going to sit higher. When you sit higher on the switch sticks, your range of motion pretty much doubles. So they feel a lot like the Retroid sticks. I actually did that with my Switch, and I've been playing it like that. Huge difference in how it feels. So if you do have a 556, you're not going to upgrade. You hate the sticks. Just order a pair of Gully Kit Hall Effect sticks and pull the caps up a little bit, and there you go. You can still press down R3, L3, but they're going to feel a lot better.
So
Sorry,
why should we have to do that ourselves? You know, why would we need
Appendix
to
not
be
going to do it.
modding it
Fine.
after
They don't
that?
listen
I
to
just
us
want
at all.
I know, but I just want the handheld to show up with the thing. They
Mhm.
fixed it on the 406V. Amber Nick
Yeah.
did.
We're never gonna
Uh,
see those sticks again.
We're
We're
never
never gonna see.
They're
Just
coming
like
on the
the
406H.
just like the screen on the 552. Beautiful, perfect, best
Yeah.
screen I've ever seen for that
They
aspect ratio.
trolled us with that one. They
Never.
trolled us with
They
that one. They were
never-
like,
Yeah,
they
dude.
paired
guys,
it with they paired it
gorgeous
with the
screen.
worst CPU. They paired it with the worst battery life. That was crap. I'm done. You guys talk about go back to your spec talk. I'm gonna finish this potato. I'm
No,
done.
the 556 is one that just every time I use it more and more disappoints me, because when I first got it, like the first couple of weeks, I was super excited about it. Like I loved it. The screen was great, and I was overlooking a lot of things. And then I used it more and more and more. And it got to the point where like I can't keep lying to myself. I don't want to use this anymore.
Yeah, those sticks it's really unfortunate because the ergonomics are great, you know, and the screen is great. The feel of the plastic is not the best for me. I think the plastic feel on this one is a lot better. And then the D-pad it's just a little odd for them in
Yeah.
particular. You know, it's a little bit of a glossy D-pad, just
Mhm.
kind of weird.
It feels good, and it's not in a bad spot though. So I'll give them a pass on that one. But it gets fingerprinty because it's too glossy. And what I don't like is, I don't know if that'll pick up in the mic.
Mm.
Yeah, how loud L1 R1 are. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing that really was a deal breaker for me. Because if you're playing PSP, you're gonna use this a lot. This is too much. I hate
Yeah.
that because I know Ambernick could do better. That's what makes me mad, because they do this on a cheap budget one. They give us some of the best shoulder buttons, R2, and then they go around on their nice line and we're gonna make them click, and then they'll make a video saying super
over the
tactile.
place.
We're gonna make them super clicky. No, Ambernick,
Yeah,
that's
like,
not what I want.
This is so quiet. I'm like,
Sorry. Yeah.
it's crazy to me. They made this super quiet, but then you go to a higher end device of theirs, and it's like, what happened here? It's just
Yeah.
blows my mind.
Why?
It's because we're the beta testers. So
Yeah.
they make a prototype, they send it out to 10,000 people, and they say, okay, they didn't like this. Next time we'll fix it for this thing or whatever. And someday
Ambernick
we'll get
has, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
that's it.
Oh,
That's all I
Ambernick
had to
has
say.
all the components to make almost the perfect retro handheld. They just don't do it. Like if you, like in my opinion, if you take the ARC layout, you add the new Hall sticks at the bottom, you give it that 720p screen, and you keep everything else with some Hall triggers, there you go. You have the perfect retro handheld for pretty much everything. And you put at least a T820 in it. But they're not going to do it. They're never going to do it. And it's
Yeah.
frustrating because they can.
Totally.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to mention I saw Ghosty in chat, my man Ghosty. I did test Ori. I had it in docked mode, and it was running at 60 frames per second, so running better than an actual Switch on the RP5.
I mean,
So
the
it's pretty-
Switch is grossly underpowered.
I know, but it was cool to see Ori, especially on that OLED
Yeah.
display. It looked so.
No, that's
good.
what I mean. Like Switch emulation, data code execution should be pretty decent on the 865. Like I've seen people
Oh,
run
yeah.
some bigger 3D games on like the one that shall not be named, and they run pretty good. Because the Switch is like, if you get into like Switch modding and you look at the actual frequencies of like the CPU, it's way underpowered. I think it runs at like 1300. I always get this part mixed up. Gigahertz, megahertz, 1300 basically. Well, you got like the Agent 2 running at 3 point something.
Tony
You guys
Hawk,
stuff back? Oh, there we go.
Tony Hawk, American
So-
Wasteland on GameCube.
Green
Let's
Protagonist
go.
is a great question. That's a good question.
Has the RP5 put G Cloud to bed
That's
at
a
this
good one.
point? Well, streaming decoding is not optimized for this pre-production model yet, and so I would say probably not yet. But as we saw earlier in the stream with the GeForce Now streaming, dude, it was on point. No latency in Cuphead. It looked like I was running it natively on the device. It felt like that. I'm not even having full Wi-Fi bars in my office, so I was very impressed so far with streaming. Very impressed.
Also, I want to I just in terms of G Cloud versus RP5. I mean, G Cloud has the bigger screen. Like I think the G Cloud against like the Portal, for example, would probably be the better comparisons. You know,
Yeah.
they're more in line than the RP5 because you are getting a smaller screen. So if you
Mhm.
want that big screen streaming performance, then I would say RP5 still doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily win out over the G Cloud or whatever else is coming out in the future.
Poor G Cloud.
I do.
Isn't
I think
there
I
rumors
love the
of a
G
new
Cloud.
one?
The G-
I really, yeah.
it's mid. It's, nah. You get those sticks. They have a little bit of joystick grind around. It drives me
I don't
nuts.
know. 3 out of 4 on
Yeah,
this stream like the
no.
G Cloud quite a bit. So
Yeah.
The
sounds like a you
ergonomics
problem.
I was not that big. I like it. I like the idea. It worked well enough.
yeah.
It just I never caught on for me long term. And
Green Tech in here. He loves it too.
same thing with the with that ABXY, the Absolute. You know, it was good. It was,
Oh,
but
No, I didn't like that one.
those
I
handheld,
never touched that one.
I liked it more than the G Cloud as far as controls, which is weird to say, but just the truth. And sorry, I'm doing horrible at Tony Hawk, but I think the AYN to Portal is going to be that G Cloud killer. I mean, 7-inch display, OLED as well.
Yes.
120
better
hertz.
better buttons. Yeah, yeah. I think
Eight
that's
Gen
going to
3
be
versus
the end all.
720G.
I might pass out when that shows up in house
Gen
to
2.
review. All right, let me focus on Tony Hawk. Well, here we go. Let's. I'm gonna show the people I'm good at something. Come on.
I'm transferring over my
Oiled again. Oiled again.
I'm transferring
I
over
have
my
such-
games right now from one SD to the other. And one thing of note for anyone who buys the new Samsung SD cards is taking them apart is not easy anymore. Like I had to rip this apart while I'm like smiling at you guys or whatever. But the SanDisk ones, you can just
Thank
rip
you
them
for
and
smiling.
pull it out. You know what I mean? But the Samsung ones are such a pain. I know I don't want to go get my scissors. So
I'm so
Anyway.
glad that I'm not the only one who goes out and buys a brand new SD card for a new device.
You have
I-
a problem.
Well,
Do you like
what do you
collect-
mean? I
do you
bought a
hoard SD
512
cards?
512 card for just the RP5.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so
I
we're
always
running.
keep
It's
two SD
fair,
cards.
right?
it's because I want to show both systems at the same time. So each one needs a
Mhm.
card, needs to be loaded up so I can pull up the games at
Yeah.
the same time. So
Yeah.
that's usually why I do it.
See, that
So we're
makes
getting
sense.
Split screen.
We're getting 60 FPS in Tony Hawk. Sorry, guys, tangent you. We're at 1x before. Now I'm trying 2x to see if we get the same. And Tony Hawk's American Wasteland is really, really tough to run. I cannot get this full speed on most handhelds easily.
Is that 2x? It looks very clean.
We're at
Mhm.
2x now
Yeah,
with
okay.
4x3.
It does look sharper. That's why. Yeah.
So I'm actually going to try 3x
That's crazy.
and then stop there.
Do you guys get blown away sometimes with some of these GameCube and PS2 games, like how good they look?
Yes, all the time. I can't believe I still get blown away from that stuff.
Like I played the Persona
Oh,
3
no.
Express again not too long
Sorry.
ago, and even though that's
Mhm.
not like a graphically impressive game, like upscaled, I played it on the Steam Deck.
Oh, look at
I
that.
was playing it, and I'm like, man, this looks really good.
No.
Yeah.
Anyways, 3x were good. 3x were good. What's next? Let's answer some questions. Which other handheld would you marry? A question for the RP5. Which other handheld would you marry, adore for one night, and delete from existence? Okay, let me get my best RP5 voice on. What does a handheld talk like? I'm the AI of the group, anyways. All right. How would I?
Wait, what's the question?
Oh, I guess robotic, right? Being the RP5,
There
I
you go.
would want to marry the third cousin, the RP2S. I don't know.
That's not weird at all.
Wait, I don't. I'd
Michael
want to.
Benny's always coming with those questions.
Oh, sacrilege! They say that we can't spend time together, but I would marry the Neo Pocket Micro.
Oh, star-crossed lovers.
Star-crossed lovers, and then had an affair with. Oh no, the Pocket S.
How is that thing, by
What-
the way?
The
What do you have on
brother.
the Pocket S? What is that?
This is the. They sent this with it. It's a.
Oh,
Yeah, I want one
Case.
of those.
Oh,
It's
It
awesome.
makes it very comfortable.
does it
very
make it less
comfortable.
warm when you're playing it?
It does because it doesn't
Oh my
transfer
gosh.
heat to this, and there's
I
an
need
air
something like
pocket underneath. Yeah. This is their standard. It has like a magnetic case that goes on the front too with this.
Oh,
Yeah, I like it. It's good. You can order it from their website. It's very exciting. What was the other question, Michael Benny? I was getting carried away with that. And
Who would you
delete from
delete?
existence as the RP5 as a character. The RP5 doesn't like. The RP5 does not like the
We're all waiting in bated breath.
the
What
RP4
is the
Pro.
answer?
I would like to delete the RP4 Pro. It's just like me, but it has rounded side, but it has less rounded sides, and it has not an OLED screen. And everyone's giving that attention. And they say, "Don't upgrade to me. I'm the RP5. I don't have that much more performance, but I got that screen." And I'm here to say, no, give me love. I'm a handheld that deserves love. The Retroid Pocket 4 also TP'd my house. So not very nice, I would say. This is thank you. And which one would I spend one night with? I would spend one night with, well, of course, the Pocket S, but really, let's be honest, the One X Fly. Yeah. Papa Bear gonna get some cuddles tonight.
I thought you
Okay.
were going to say
This
the
got-
raccoon.
This got
Yeah,
really,
they get
really
weird,
weird.
yeah.
Remember when we started the stream, we are like, let's get weird, and we never really did. Now
Well,
is
there
the
you go.
payoff.
we're
Now is
getting
the payoff.
weird. Have you upped your Dayquil dose? Is that what happened there?
I just refilled my Dayquil dose when I was getting my potato.
Okay,
Hmm.
that explains some things.
I
So-
think if somebody's happy with the RP4 performance, like they're not going to see a massive difference unless they really want to get into like Switch emulation.
Right.
That's kind of how I feel because Mali GPUs tend to work for the most part fine with like Ether S62 and Dolphin if they're powerful enough. So you probably won't see that big of a difference with like GameCube games and PS2. But if you do want to
There,
get
there are some
into-
PS2 games that definitely were better on
yeah, that's why I would say
Sure.
like
And-
that much of a
Yeah.
difference. There are going to be games that
Yeah.
are definitely going
Oh,
to
yeah.
run better
And-
on Snapdragon, but in bulk wise, like total number of games probably won't be that big of a difference. But
And
if the screen is too small, get the 5.
Yeah, it's
And
not a
I-
$200 difference.
Yeah, it's not.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Uh,
You
bleh.
get the F out of here. That's what I thought you were going with that.
Mr. Davis is wondering, do you have Rally Evolve WRC for PS2? Speaking of PS2,
I do not. And
I
now
don't
I'm
either.
gonna add that to,
Sorry,
I'm gonna add
Matt
that to my
Davis.
list because
Add it to the list.
I actually like the WRC games. I like racing
have-
games in general. They're just
do you
fun
have
for me.
do you have Final Fantasy X?
That will run well. That will run well.
There's no
don't have
point.
to- yeah. I
You
mean,
don't
it's
need
also
to do
in my showcase on the Mini. So that's one of the
Oh,
games
guys! Oh my God, we have Russ here and Aish here who might be good at shaders. Probably they are. I bet Russ is. Should we?
Russ did a guide.
Russ did a guy. Russ is the master at shaders. Yes. Okay. I've never done the shader thing really, so I don't know a ton about it. So
Okay.
while we have Russ here, can you walk us through how we would set up a shader to maybe test for that issue to see if it's a thing on the RP5?
Yeah. Okay. Do you have Sega Genesis loaded up?
No. Rob,
Super
do
Nintendo?
you have any of the lower end stuff
No, not
on
yet.
yours yet? No.
Yeah, you'd have to do a lower end game, like a 240p game.
Yeah.
Let me get going on that real quick.
Once you go down
Also,
that
in the
rabbit
chat,
hole,
if you guys let me know in the chat Android games that you guys want me to test. I've
Ooh.
downloaded Diablo Immortal, Zenless Zone Zero, Minecraft. But yeah, let me know some others that you would like to see. so I can just look them up.
Dante, no, not Dante. The Devil May Cry game is pretty good to benchmark too. It's pretty
Oh, really?
demanding and it looks good. Yeah, and it's also free to play, so you can play a good amount of it without paying anything.
Some of those
Do-
gotcha
are
games
we-
are actually guilty pleasures.
Yeah.
They're actually kind of just fun to jump into, and you know.
Are we finally able to not have to show Genshin Impact? Because I really don't want to download 30 gigs again for that game.
I do.
Somebody
I'm now
asked
doing
for it.
Zenless Zone Zero because it has
Yeah.
those native controller controls, which
Mhm.
are great, and it's only like 10 gigs instead of 30 or whatever. So
I still do Call of Duty. What do you guys think we should start probably doing like Warzone? Because I know there's some issues where you can get banned in that game.
yeah, I don't know if that's happening anymore. It did happen
Okay.
for a time with the Odin 2, but yeah, I'm not sure.
The
I'll,
thing
I'll
is, that,
download that one too.
And
as, a-
Fortnite.
as
I'm definitely doing Fortnite. Sorry, didn't mean to cut
no,
you
no,
off.
no. I was gonna say, as boring as Genshin may be for us or some viewers, a lot of people still request that game. A lot of
Mhm.
people still want to see
Somebody
it
did.
running on a device. You know, so yeah, it's
Yeah, I saw
it's
that
one of
last
those
night.
games that are just those go-to benchmark games.
It's
As
just such a
unexciting.
heavy
I
game.
know. As
It's 30
unexciting as it is,
gigs.
you know, it's just you know, it,
So
it
you gotta
does
download
showcase certain
30
games.
gigs for that, like another 20 if you really want to show Call of Duty, and then whatever else you download. The one game I always do for Android that's really light though is Evo Land, because that one
I
only
love Evo.
works with Xbox controllers. So on the Android handhelds, can't play it.
Mm. Well, this Wreckfest one looks fun. Thanks
Wreckfest
to
is
whoever
awesome.
Wreckfest
recommended
is
that.
awesome. Wreckfest is great.
Yeah.
Great port.
Man,
yeah, that's
heal
a good
me.
one.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, let's do Aladdin for Genesis.
Okay.
Look at this.
Okay,
That's
so go into the RetroArch menu.
Okay.
You guys are all going to get like a tutorial. So
Yay.
in quick menu, go down to on-screen overlay first.
Overlay right
right there,
there.
yep. Turn that off. No, go in there.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
On-screen overlay. Okay.
And turn that off. Well, do you have the hotkey set up to be able to get back into the RetroArch menu, or are you going to tap it?
Not yet. Well, I can tap it. Yeah, not a big deal.
Okay, so then keep that on then, because then you're going to need that.
Okay.
Okay. So now go back to main menu, and then go to settings. I'm sorry, one over. Yes, the settings. There you go. And then go into video. And then under scaling. Okay, so now there you go. Under turn on integer scale. Go to aspect ratio core provided and change that to 1:1 par. Yep. And then that's all you need to do in that section. Okay, so now that should show you already just perfect integer scaling. So you can go into the game now and then just run back and forth, and you should see whether or not there's any shimmering. And Aladdin works for this example. So shimmering is when you get like a little bit in the background where things are just kind of stuttering a little, just kind of wobbling a little. And so this is what we can look for. So this is in integer scaling, and you can see how much the screen is getting filled with it. So it's not like a perfect scale, obviously. But so now as you run, like, so if we're looking up above, you can see those poles, those dots, and then like the screen itself, like the roof right there. Like those are the kind of things you would look for to see if there's any sort of pixel wobble or stuttering or anything. I'm not seeing anything, but it's hard on the stream, obviously.
No,
How does it
Retro
look for you?
reported that it was fixed. Yeah.
It looks for me. Yeah, it looks really crisp and clear. I mean,
Okay. So now let's add a CRT shader to it, and that's
Okay.
going to really show whether or not there's an issue. So then go in back into the quick menu. So go back main menu, then quick menu, and then go to the bottom to shaders, and then turn that on, load preset, then shaders GLSL, and then CRT.
Oh, no, go back.
Oh, you
No,
went
go
in
back,
slang.
go back. You're in slang.
Yeah.
Show up.
Mhm.
oh, GLSL. Okay.
Yeah.
CRT.
And then all the way to the bottom, Z fast is what you're looking for.
Which
Just the
one?
regular Z fast. The
CFast,
Z fast CRT.
Okay. Okay.
And that's the one. That's the one that people have been seeing issues with in particular. That's a lightweight shader, so it is going to work fine. And then
I say apply changes.
no, you didn't make any changes. You already loaded it, so it's loaded. You can see it there at the bottom. So yeah,
Oh,
so now
nice.
you're running it with it. There you go. So that now again, same thing, same shimmering issue, and then whether or not things just look distorted or blurry. That's one of the things too, because this should still look relatively sharp. It's obviously a CRT shader, so it's not going to be perfect. Yeah, how does it look? How does it feel?
Yeah, it looks and feels really well. The frame pacing's really nice. Yeah, I don't see.
What did we start at the stream? What was your battery life at? It was like in the 20s or 30s? I can't remember.
This stream, I think it was 28%. No,
Okay,
it was
so-
36. It was 36%.
Okay, so almost 4 hours later, and you still have battery life going, and it
I'm at
wasn't even
6
fully charged.
Yeah, I'm at 6% now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I started when I started testing it last night and filming. It was at, I think, I don't know, 80% maybe, 86%. And so I've not ever charged this thing yet. I've not plugged anything into it. So pretty good so far. We're almost at 24 hours later. Not straight through, of course, but
You
yeah.
guys
So
remember
no,
how?
yeah,
It's
this is
looking
good. I don't see any issues. So we're not seeing any sort of funkiness like we did on the Mini, right?
Yeah, so I will. That's one of the things I want to test for my Sunday video. I have a micro camera and stuff, or macro camera. So I'll do
Very
all that kind
cool.
of testing as well.
Perfect. Well, Rob, do you want to switch and show something else? We're gonna start to get out of here now. I'm just looking at any last requests. Biggest question is, does it have the shader thing going? So we just answered that one. And stay tuned for Russ's video on Sunday. He's going to go through that a bit more. Please try to test sports games and win later. Rob, do you have win later loaded by chance in
I
yours?
do not yet. No.
I haven't either.
That's a whole process, man.
Yeah, so we're going to
It's all
wait on win
separate
later
thing.
today.
Whole separate
Yeah.
ball game, but
I
yeah,
would
no,
Sly, do you
Yeah.
have Sly 2?
Sly 2
On
let me
PS2?
see. I don't think I have Sly 2 loaded on here yet.
I might.
That's one I showed in my mini video. Like in the very beginning, it's like when there's the whale skeleton in the foyer of the museum, and yeah, it slows down a bunch, but not as much as the Retroid Pocket 4 Pro did. And so that was the big separator between the two when I was doing my testing.
Really? Okay, so there was some benefit over the RP4 Pro then.
No, so I don't
Yeah,
have
that was
Sly
like
2.
my main demonstration.
Oh, nice. Okay, and I have Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoons.
First one.
That's the
Yeah.
first one.
First one. Okay.
Those games are demanding, man.
They are.
Rob,
Yeah.
did you say did you have it?
I don't have it. No.
Okay, well, let's try the first one. How about that? We can do that.
For somebody in the chat asking, Dirge of Cerberus is one of those games that just has issues with the emulator. So it doesn't matter how powerful your system is.
Oh, Dirge is just yeah.
It even has problems on PC, so don't expect that
Good
to
luck.
run perfectly.
Here's a good question. Does the extra 2 gigs of RAM make the upper PS2 library playable? So we're
I've
moving
never
from
seen
6.
a RAM bottleneck.
No,
I was going to
RAM's
say
really
not
an
for
issue.
PS2. Yeah, not
No,
for PS2.
The only time where RAM would be an issue with PS2 and GameCube is if you're using HD textures. That's it. If not,
Yeah,
you're not going to have a problem with that.
right.
And so Sly so far is looking good, and we're at just the 2.5x. And I would say 6 gigs versus 8 gigs for these, not a huge difference unless you're talking about Switch emulation. Then the 8 gigs is really nice to have, I feel like. And if you want to emulate or run Windows on here.
Mhm.
Yeah, some of those high-end Android games too might perform
Oh,
better.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Call of Duty, like Need for Speed, Modern Warzone.
Oh yeah,
That's a
definitely.
joke. That's God, that was the worst moment.
Call of Genshin. Yeah.
Call of Genshin, yeah.
That
Harry
was
Potter,
great.
Star Trek.
The collab we never knew we needed.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for
running
that
the Call of
power
Duty right
plug.
now, setting it up.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
You already downloaded it? How fast is your internet?
It's okay. It's not too bad.
So I don't have Sly 3, so we're just going to do the Sly 1 here.
Oh wait, no, the initial one's not that long. It's when you're trying to get the whole HD texture thing that can take
I'm
forever.
doing that right now. It's not
Oh,
taking too long.
This.
It's taking.
It's
oh,
only
it
like
makes me
4
feel
gigs.
bad about my connection. Is it only? Why do I feel
Yeah.
like it was
Well,
way
yeah.
bigger? What am I thinking of then?
It may be. I am not going in and upgrading the graphics. I'm just doing
Oh,
the
okay.
initial
2x.
lowest.
That's why. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say my internet's not that slow.
2x and what percentage is that running at?
We're doing percentage doing just the default's 100% normal. 2x Vulcan.
Get to the end of that level where she starts shooting at you and see if
Or-
there's a heavy slowdown there.
4% battery life. I also have had the
Oh,
fan on
yeah.
sport mode for like the last hour just for my own hand comfort. You don't
Mhm.
need it on sport mode for this. We can just put it in smart mode. But that's why the battery is also draining a bit faster in the
Yeah.
last hour.
that level is only like 3, maybe 5 minutes long. So if you just get to the end of
Struggling.
it, oh yeah,
It's gonna be rough because I'm assuming you're using the 4248 version.
The
well.
for the Nether, yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
the most
yeah,
popular.
that one
Nether
just doesn't work very well with these
Oh,
games, and that's it.
with these
Yeah,
games,
everything else
okay.
is great. Yeah,
So you're gonna need to further modify this a bit and mess with it to get it going. Maybe you use a different build.
yeah. If you use classic 3668, that game will run fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
the problem is you
It's
just
just-
can't have them
it's just
both
one of those
installed at the
games.
same time.
Exactly. It'd be
Ah,
great
yeah.
if you could.
I know. Is it giving people battery anxiety to see that I'm at 4%?
Yes.
When this hits 0%,
Yes.
that's the sign from the universe that it's time to end this
You should
live stream,
just
which is
keep
closing
it
in
on
at
We
screen
4.
now.
almost broke a record here, by the way.
Oh.
We had a 4-hour stream one time. That was insane. I don't know how we did that.
Are we going to break our stream record today? Sensor, are you both having audio issues? So only I am having audio issues, and not issues. It's just that the speakers don't sound good, and the right speaker has blown out distortion anytime bass happens in audio. It's unfortunate, but so far it's only my unit, and so I think it's a pre-production something going on here. Nobody else has mentioned this, but we'll see what they come up with. I would recommend Russ. Yeah, man, just see what your speakers sound like quality wise. Mine, I don't.
That's good.
It sounds a little poopy, but I think it sounds like blown out speakers. Like, you know, when you have some old speakers that get a blown out, you play it too
Guess
loud.
I'm not trading with Stubbs.
That's what it sounds like. Yes, yeah. My speakers in this unit are not good. If sound is your thing, don't swap with me.
Just
But
fingers crossed I get the black one.
but it's so abnormal sounding that I don't think it's going to be one that we're going to see in a bunch of these. Hopefully not. And the mini's
Man,
good.
OLED screen is looking so good. Just the loading screen of Call of Duty, I'm like, oh, this looks so
Mhm.
great. You know what I mean? I could look at this all day.
Right.
And yes,
Yep.
Yeah,
it's
I'm really
pocketable.
impressed. And
It's
this
a
is
pretty
at
good
like,
looking game. Yeah.
what am I at? We got 50% brightness, so
Jap-
not even really pushing it.
Japan would like to see Rad Robot Alchemic Drive. I don't
that's-
have that one.
that's a
I've never
cool
heard of
game.
that. Do
That's
you
a cool
guys have that?
I don't have it loaded on my device, but that is a
Okay.
cool game.
And please, if possible, compare the size of the RP5 with the PSP. We did that earlier. Do you have a screen protector? No, we don't have a screen protector. It's a good time to talk about that. I don't think you need a screen protector on these glass front Retroid handhelds. That's just my personal opinion, but it's already a glass front. It's already high end. You saw me with the caliper kind of scraping on here even. Do you see any scratches on there after doing that? I don't. What's that? Hold on.
Did you Jerry rig everything in this thing?
Huh?
There's a channel Jerry rigs everything where he just breaks.
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Is that what you were trying to do on it? Yeah.
Oh wait, that's a piece of hair on my monitor I'm seeing. That's not
Oh,
actually on
okay.
camera. Okay, good.
We talked about
no,
dog hairs too earlier.
I don't
so-
think. I mean, if you want extra protection, yes, but you have to realize if you add a screen protector on this, then you're going to go back to having glass around those buttons, I believe, unless that screen protector is a full circle cutout.
It's a circle cutout.
It's a
yeah.
It
circle,
is
yeah.
okay. Well, in that
But
case,
then you're going to have a space there. You're going to be pushing down into the button. That might not feel great. I think it'd be good on the mini because these buttons
Yeah.
are too high. But yeah, I don't know if I
this
would want
one,
that on this.
this one's a little more shallow with the buttons, and so yeah, I don't feel like putting a screen protector because you're going to get the full front body screen protector, not just the screen. And I think it'll look funny personally, but yeah. But it will protect the device more, probably. How does the fingerprint show on the front? So far, not bad. I have been wiping it pretty consistently for my own OCD, but fingerprints will show on here. Let's do a nice big old thumbprint. You can see it there.
To be honest, it's no worse than any other touch
But
screen in the space where
it's like-
you're actually interacting with the screen, though. I
It's
don't,
like
I don't
your
think it's too bad.
phone. Size comparisons for Pro, we did that. Deciding for Odin Portal or this baby, in your opinion, which one will you get? Oh man, I mean, for me, Odin Portal. Sorry, that's my end game right now for Android. It's 7-inch. This, but 7-inch because they're very similar.
It's not going to be pocketable.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they
not
are
gonna be
two
pocketable.
different brackets.
Yeah.
that we're talking about price.
And
I
it's
get they're
different
the
price
same
tag.
OS.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's just me though.
Oh,
I mean-
that's fair. Like some people are going to prefer, they just want that big handheld experience. For me, I feel like if you're going Android handheld, it should be something you can take around with you. So I feel like they're kind of serving different needs. Also, the price difference, that's going to be like twice the price.
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive, but if you're going to have a one and done with Android, potentially it looks very appealing with ergonomics, 120 hertz panel, again, AMOLED. But this is one I'd still want to have to just have the more compact design, because this is big enough now to where it works well for my eyes. The Mini really is tough to read text. I can't understate how difficult it can be to read text on there navigating Android. Here, it brings it back to, look at that. You can see the text on there, even though it's tiny, it's more readable than on the Mini. Good question. Is the button the same feeling as the RP Mini? No, the buttons feel better on here. They're not as loud and they depress a little easier, and they're also shorter.
They look like 4 Pro buttons.
Yeah,
well,
feel like
Chris,
4 Pro button.
Chris from Retroid was swapping out buttons already. I think he got something. I can't remember what handheld he swapped out with.
He did. I forgot which handle he took it from, but he did the S. He did the Super Nintendo
the 2S
American version,
2S.
with the purple.
Yeah. Also,
then,
if you want to make your just share really quick. If you want to make your Mini look really good, or even this one, maybe, but the Mini for sure. The buttons from the Odin 2 Mini fit the RP Mini perfectly, even the membranes and everything. So if you want those like transparent, like cool looking buttons to go with that glass, you can just order those from MyYN and they'll just drop right in.
And did you already answer this one, Rob? Are you going to do more win later content?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were asking me about it too.
Okay, you guys talked about that. Sorry, guys. I want to wrap up here, so I want to make sure we hit these.
I'm doing a full thing about Award and Excel on the Mini and the RP5 with win later. Yeah.
Yes, I want to see those spreadsheets, man. You know that I like
software. Yeah, Minesweeper.
Q from Star Trek wants to know which XR glasses shouldn't for this and stemmed. Shouldn't
just get some XR, just get some Vitra ones and you'll be fine.
Yeah, the Vitra, the X Reals, the latest gen of those two are really nice.
The screens look so good.
The Ray Neo, I think Zoo is a fan of those Ray Neos. He doesn't recommend that new Techno Pocket handheld PC thing. Those glasses, he said, made him sick. I need to watch retro touchpads on Ren later. We did that one.
We did that one.
Yeah.
We did this one. Sorry, I got to unstar these. We tied that one. Hey, we're getting through these. What use case would the Odin 2 Mini be worth? We did this one. We did this one. We did that one.
I think we were pretty good about the super chats. I think we did cover. I don't think we ignored any of them.
Okay, cool. Do you think Win Later could run any of the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters in RP5? Richard Tech Dad.
That's I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Just run the Switch version.
Psychonauts on PS2 is my vote, and Shadow Colossus Beyond Good and Evil is an awesome PS2 testing game. Yeah, I'll load. You know what? I have a little bit of battery. I have 1% battery. Let's see how much we can.
Sure.
That'll get last game for me.
Shadow of the Colossus should be pretty solid at native. I'd stick to native on that game.
You would?
Yeah, it's rough, especially when you're in front of the enemy.
Okay, and we're shutting down. That's it. Loading it up.
It.
Sorry about that. Okay. Good. The fan kicked on, and there we go. 100% battery drained. So we got a lot of playtime, a lot of content, a lot of testing out of that battery life, which wasn't even charged fully when I got it from the factory. Good question. Green Protagonist, XR headset. Anyone have some glasses? We tested that. Look at that. We're making things through here. Can you test Maximo? No, we can't test any more PS2 or anything. Does this thing have a mic on it? If so, will it work with Nintendogs? It does have a mic, and yes, it should. Any way to test Fallout 3 and Win Later? Stay tuned for Rob's video. Is there an available replacement rubber pad and analog button when the rubber pads are worn out? Yes, there are. Check on the website. There's accessories under the DIY section on the website. Also, there's new button colors. You can swap out buttons. You can get a case. You can get a back shell plate. You can get an ergo grip shell plate thing. And you can also get screen protector and a dock. Those are all the accessories that I can think of off the top of my head. Is
good.
That something fishy? Would love to see how DS games look with the wider screen. We did 3DS earlier in the stream. I recommend just rewinding, checking that out. Regular DS is going to be much the same except better performance. Orion, is the screen wider than a phone screen? No,
No.
not really.
Phone screens are like
Phones-
21 by
phones-
9 usually.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Zeth the Dark Mage, how ZZZ, we did that.
Yep. ZZZ
Scanline
runs
shaders,
very
we
well.
did that. We actually did shaders. Look at that. You proud of me? I did my first shader test. So it felt good. Thank you, Russ, for helping me learn. We never show shadow hearts. I don't mind showing shadow hearts.
Yeah, I
like a
showed that
good
my
game.
Retroid Pocket Mini review. Yeah, it's a good game. It
Did
works
see
well.
Soul Calibur, G Cloud, we talked about that. Diofield Strategy, Octopath Traveler 2, those potentially will be okay. They are both that kind of 2.5D thing, right? With that fun artwork.
That's again just comes down to compatibility and you know,
Yeah,
with
with the
Switch
emulator.
Pretty sure it does work on the 865 though.
Shaders. Real question is, do they have Stubbs nubs? Oh, you thought that we were going to get through a stream without talking about my nubs.
Actually, I thought, what's the channel name? Roataka, I think is the channel name.
Rotaka,
Showed, he showed Octopath Traveler running on the Mini, so it
With
should
my-
work on the 5. Yeah.
With my Stubbs nubs?
Yeah,
You guys wanna-
Otaka was funny. He got all excited when he saw my Switch video. He was like, he was thinking about making a video, and he said, "Okay, I'm gonna go do it now." And so he put out his
Yep.
own video, which was cool.
I like his videos. He just presses record and starts talking with an
He
accent.
just-
It's
he's-
awesome. I'm there like the whole time. 45 minutes. Oh yeah, I'm watching the whole thing.
I should start leaning into my New York accent more, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, here are the membranes. I think this is from the RP4. I got this off the DIY on the website. Do I have regular freaking nubs? Where's my regular nubs?
All right, I'm playing
go.
Call of Duty Warzone right now, and this is a great experience. Like I get it. Like these
It
sticks
got me
are,
so
you know, they're,
pumped.
Yeah,
they're
I
low,
want to
you
play
know,
that
but
in
they're
bed.
good.
feels good.
Just pull them up
this
a
is
little bit and they feel way better. I do that with
Can
the Odin.
Do you mind showing on camera really quick, Russ? If you can orient it.
Yeah, I can't because it's on a tripod. But yeah, like this isn't bad. You know what I mean? Like it's feeling pretty good to be able to play it. I'm just wrecking
The
these
sticks
bots right
feel
now.
good. Nice.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And so
Doesn't that
yeah,
feel
it feels
awesome?
good. I could play on this. Like
Good.
I'm usually really finicky about this kind of stuff, you know, but I can definitely do this.
Okay, that's good news. So stay tuned for more content and Android game testing. Should I unbox a new nub? So so we do make these, by the way. This is my one product. I know YouTubers now are getting into actually making products, and my one product is these plastic joystick caps, which I'm very proud of. This one's the Rosebud one. It's nice, just kind of tactile feel. And this is made for the Odin 2 for Retroid devices. $4 in the description. If you're interested, this is the one product I am a shill for, though, for sure. I'm very happy about these. So there you go. Installed on the Retroid Pocket 5, which they are compatible with this size. Aha. Adds a little bit of height to it as well. I would like to see in my next revision, just shortening. I'm going to shorten that because look, you're not going to get full range of motion, unfortunately. So I need to trim that down a little bit and talk to the 3D printer down in Colorado who makes these, the 3D printed studio. I recommend him. He has some awesome stuff in the shop. In our description, if you're interested, use code Stubbs1 for 5% off your $4. Ah ha ha.
Somebody in chat is saying that screen burn-in is a major concern, and I would say it's not as major as people still make it out to be. Like OLED panels have gotten a lot better than what they used to be. Even phones, like I have a Pixel 6, so that's what, like a 4-year-old phone.
But
It has
Aish,
an app.
Aish, what about latency? Are you concerned with latency?
On
Mm-hmm.
No, because if I feel it, I just turn on run ahead like a normal person.
I knew you were the right person to ask for this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I don't
perfect.
notice-
Just people
I
are
love
so
that you
weird
asked
about that.
Aish that question. That's
Like they did this whole thing with the Odin too, like about the latency and Android, this and that. And then I posted a video on the AOI Discord, and somebody was like, "Wow, that's better than original hardware." And I was like, "Yeah, it's called Run Ahead. It's been on Retroid for a while now. It's not really an issue."
I don't I don't notice latency in Android
No.
gaming. I've
I
never
don't either.
noticed
I'm not very
latency.
sensitive to it, but I don't.
Yeah,
I've
notice
never
it.
Look,
ever.
I've seen tests where they actually do go into it, and Linux is better. Just if you're just running the game as is.
Scientifically, like
Yeah, it is
no.
better. But the
Yeah.
reality is the majority of people, one, they're not going to notice it. And if you're really playing a very fast-paced platformer where it really makes a big of a difference, like for like Donkey Kong with the minecart levels, like it can make a difference there. Just turn on Run Ahead and you're going to be fine.
Are the RP4 sticks going to fit on the 5? Do we know?
And they're the
th-
same
those-
specs.
They feel the
those
same.
should work.
Yeah.
I can verify that real quick.
Oh, somebody in
that.
chat is asking real quick, what is Run Ahead? If you go into the RetroArch quick menu settings, what is it under, Russ? Latency, right?
Yeah, latency.
Latency, you can turn on Run Ahead and just leave it as is stock. Just turn that on, and it's going to reduce any of that. So if you're
it-
having issues with it, just turn it on.
Doesn't it work by rapidly like save state, load state?
It's using something like that to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not specifically doing that, but that's kind of how Rewind works too. They're messing around with stuff in the background. But yeah, it's. I don't know. I usually just deal with it. Like I don't usually use Run Ahead because sometimes it feels a little bit off for some reason, and it's hard to articulate.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't know. I'm not the best judge of that stuff. I don't know how to get better.
Rob, do you have Patapon?
me neither.
On
For PSP?
I do not have it on there. I don't have a lot loaded on for PSP right now.
Can I send you my mic? I have it on mine, but my battery's dead. Can I send you my micro SD card
Oh yeah, just
real quick?
really quick, right? Just drop it in
No,
chat; it'll be fine.
The easier thing to
Patapon
do,
will be awesome on there. Just like you could turn the upscaling up like crazy.
the easier thing to do is for me to just plug this in and continue going. But I feel like we might be at a good stopping point
Yeah,
after
I
4
think so.
hours.
Oh, yeah. That's
Games like-
impressive.
Like
That's
get
impressive.
red, like old games like 16-bit and like PSP is the reason most of us missed the shader issue, because it's so easy for this chip to run those games that honestly, like we didn't really spend a whole lot of time with them. So probably good that it for us to like not do it in the future. I included myself because I barely even touched those games. I was like, oh yeah, they run, that's fine, whatever. Let's go play some GameCube.
Right?
Well, the thing is that a lot of the, like for the Retroid Pocket Mini in particular, I missed the shader thing. I think like all the other reviewers, but I didn't use them because the scaling is so great with the high resolution screen like this, and so it wasn't a priority for me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I only
still really
showed
good.
one Super Nintendo game, and that was just for a battery test. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I just didn't, it's like one of those things you don't think about, but a lot of people want to see more of the high end stuff. They want to see how far can we push a device kind of thing, So and
Yeah.
my personal use case for the Mini wasn't really,
Yeah, it's like
so everybody's
getting a
different.
Ferrari to drive to 7-Eleven. Like, why would you do that?
I mean, it'd be fun. It'd be cool.
Yeah, but that's not the main thing you're gonna do. Like if you get a sports car, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna throttle that thing and see how fast it can go.
That's stern but fair.
So seeing Zoo eat a pickle reminds me, I'm starving. I'm actually hungry.
Me too, guys. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. I don't know how you're all feeling, but
Yeah,
4 hour
let's do it.
streams are tough. Oof. But
you
I
guys
hope
been here for a while.
we have
Poor
been. But this has
Stubbs,
been
too.
fun,
He's
and we.
sick.
Yeah, I'm very ill. Unfortunately, I got my Dayquil though in my system, so I'm just gonna go probably take a nap. To be honest, after my potato, that was a good potato. If you are interested, let me show a few things here. Our merch, we never talk about enough. If you're looking for a very comfy pillow or shirts, our merch store constantly has discounts. Check it out in our description if you're interested. I think you can order it directly through YouTube now. It'll show up in the videos. We're actually having some new merch designs coming in, so check those out. Check out our buddies here who joined us. Rob, of course, my co-host here at Retro Tech Dad, Aish at Talks Tech, Russ at Retro Gamecore. These dudes are just, pillars, I would say, if I can say that, pillars of the community, and just great content. Everyone has their individual strengths that they work with, and so you get a nice varied opinion when you watch multiple creators. So I recommend. And let's see, what else do us YouTubers talk about? We got to do outro music, right? We got to get the mood for the. Here we go. Yeah.
I actually missed the background music.
T-shirts. Yeah, right. Well, everybody, this has been a very long live stream featuring the RP5 and our friends here. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share to stay in the know for all of your favorite retro handhelds. And join us on Monday for the next time you're going to see us live for the Retro Handhelds podcast. Join us in our Discord to chat and play games. Perks with us start for as little as $3 a month. If you're interested in those high-end sweet perks from RH and supporting us through Patreon, Discord, or YouTube. But yeah, until the next time, this has been Stubbs on behalf of Rob, Aish, and Russ from Retro Game Core saying, take care of those handhelds and each other. Thanks for hanging out with us for 4 hours.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you for joining us. Seriously.
Thank you.
It was fun hanging out. I enjoyed it.